Fly like an eagle.
Our club has always been about the people.
And the impact we have.
We create opportunities.
We dare to dream.
About what we can achieve together.
We aim to entertain.
And we deliver results.
Our teams inspire our community.
And our community inspires us.
We work together
To push boundaries.
Building a better future
For everyone.
It's our spirit that bonds us.
Our members.
Our partners.
Our players.
Our staff.
our youth,
Our community.
Our county.
We are Essex.
We are the
Eagles!
Here comes Porter, bowled in! Stunning delivery from Porter, cuts back in, and that's the first wicket of the day. It's Cook to Croft, edged, caught. at third slip by Dan Lawrence, and Sam Cook gets a wicket that in truth he really does deserve for the way he's bowled in this second innings. Comes in now, right on over, up to Stumps, bowls full, driven back past the ball. That's a nice shot, great shot to get off the mark, 4 straight down the ground by Vias. Porter up to the stumps again as batsman just moves outside off and flicks the way through the leg side. That's a lovely shot, it's going to run away for 4 runs as well, backward a square on the leg side. Bracewell bowls, that one's flicked off the pads down towards deep square leg for a single, and that brings up the 50 for Jennings and the 101 up for Lancashire.
And that's all pulled in the air. It's going to be caught by Porter at mid-on, and the 4th wicket is about to fall. It's a complete miscue, which leaves Lancashire on 111 for 4.
That's a lovely shot, clipped by Bell through mid-wicket. He's timed that for 4 runs. And Snater bowls, and that takes an edge. It's all on the ground though. It beats the dive of Harmer at second slip. Porter to Bell. That's a lovely shot. Eased it away through mid-wicket. Couldn't have come back for 2. Will it reach the rope? Yep. Oh, it does. The beautiful timing from Bell. Tossed up by Harmer, driven through the offside. That should be 4 runs. Square of the wicket, and it goes over the boundary rope for 4. 157 for 4. And he's in now, and he bowls. That's cut away through the offside. Yep, short, wide, and it was there to be slapped away. Back into Jennings. Drives through mid-on and beats the dive of mid-on and down towards the boundary.
And BBC Radio Lancashire and online by the BBC Sport app. This is Nick Leadhill with Scott Reed and David Brett on what is currently a cloudy morning here at Chelmsford. We're expecting something a little bit brighter, but the crucial news is that after the slightly unanticipated prolonged downpour yesterday late afternoon, which meant that we had no play in the evening session, it has been dry overnight, and that's been critical because we haven't had the same problem as yesterday morning when the ground staff had quite a long job to do to get the outfield fit. They haven't had the same situation this morning. It's a touch warmer, no more than that, and all I can see there is just a pile of sawdust on the outfield halfway between our commentary point at the river end and the nearest set of stumps. Other than that, all looks in relatively pristine condition, the outfield, and the Essex field is about to come out. We're looking out to see, of course, if there's any sign of Sam Cook, who went off the field having had some muscle tightness yesterday. So interesting to see if there's any sign of him first thing this morning. But the overall situation is that Lancashire are 167 for 4, lead by 155. And we've got what could prove to be an important partnership which steadied Lancashire when they were just rocking a little after 3 relatively early wickets went down. And it's a partnership between Keaton Jennings and George Bell, which has so far added 56, with Jennings on 80 and Bell on 30. And I imagine that Lancashire will want to continue in much the same vein for the opening half hour, what looked like fairly bowler-friendly conditions, say with cloud cover across the ground, and then if they can get through testing opening, they will, I think, perhaps look to try and expand their scoring repertoire as we build towards the lunch interval, with a view to maybe leaving Essex some sort of target if we were to be optimistic that we're going to have an exciting day's play. It could be that things will take their natural course. Essex will take the 6 wickets during the session, be left with a 200 plus target, and we'll still have some interesting cricket with a game possibly that will go either way during the course of the afternoon. So lots of permutations, and one would think that the loss of effectively 2 sessions yesterday, the morning and the evening, because the game was so well advanced, doesn't necessarily support our prospects of getting a good finish. So that's the hope for the spectators who've come in today, and they'll be hoping, as primarily being Essex supporters, that the weather improves during the day, because of course that'll mean Essex are batting perhaps potentially under sunshine a little bit later on, which I'm sure they would prefer, rather than facing Jimmy Anderson and Tom Hartley and Will Williams with Tom Bailey and Will Williams with these sort of slate grey skies, which I'm sure would be, they'd rather have better overheads than there are at the moment. So having a look at the Essex players taking the field, I haven't seen Cook yet. I think the presumption was he probably might not take the field because obviously having come off yesterday, obviously there was some little issue there. And it's going to be Doug Bracewell to start. And certainly, having had a good look round, I certainly can't see any sign of Sam Cook out there. So we wait news really on his situation, and obviously Essex have got a game coming up at Canterbury, and when they have a little bit of a break after that. But any absence of Cook potentially would be quite a significant factor. So at the moment we've got Doug Bracewell having a chat with skipper Tom Wesley, and we're going to see 3 slips, or is it going to be 2 slips on the gully? No, 3 slips, a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a fine leg as we start play on this final morning here at Chelmsford under grey skies, and that's outside the off stump from Bracewell, and it's left alone by the impressive George Bell, who made his debut in this fixture last year. As we mentioned yesterday, so far he has exclusively played Surrey and Essex. and he's made a pretty good impression, both with the bat and indeed behind the stumps. Coming in ahead of Colin de Grandhomme, I think, is testament to his ability, and here's a lovely stroke. It's actually a full toss, but it's still a very, very well timed away through mid-wicket for 4. Over pitching there, Bracewell, and beautifully put away. He's leaning into it. Could say it's a bit of a gift, but still got to lean into a shot and play it correctly. And that was beautifully put away. So the first 4 runs of the morning take the score to 171 for 4, which means the lead is 159.
An Essex art school teacher and 2 of his pupils are preparing to join the cast of the theatre production of The King and I.
We're going to have a new update into our news in just a moment.
From Tuesday, Jason Yang Westland is a teacher.
But a good start to a day for Bell. A couple of adjustments being made. Essex looking for an early breakthrough in what appear to be fairly benign bowling conditions at the moment, the sort that Seamers would like.
On Broadway, and
Bracewell looking to put it in the right place, and that's a much better delivery, which seems Burrell just coming forward and just playing that one defensively back down the pitch.
The visitors have a 155-run lead going into the final day. BBC Essex's Nick Ledhill is live at the county ground.
Slate grey skies at the moment, but crucially it's been dry overnight, and we've made a prompt start. 171 for 4, Lancashire leading by 159. First over being bowled by Doug Bracewell. Doesn't appear to be any Sam Cook out there after he left the field late yesterday with muscle tightness. There's been 4 runs added to a full toss. A nice stroke from George Bell, taking him to 34. Keaton Jennings has 80. Essex were looking for early wickets here, otherwise Lancashire could put themselves in a strong position. 171 for 4.
And commentary continues right now via the BBC Sport website.
Yes, I think that's going to be critical, really, try and get some early wickets, because otherwise Lancashire may well be able to dictate the way the day might proceed, decide to what point that they might feel that they can set anything for Essex. They just had a narrow first innings deficit, of course, of 12 runs, so the lead is 160, and Bracewell bowls to Jennings, and that's played up into the covers. We missed just a single being taken by Bell while the news report was on, so we had the 4 early in the over, and then a single, and it means that Bell has gone to 35, and Jennings has not yet scored this morning. He's on 80, and it's 172 for 4. If you'd like to contact us, bbcessexcricket@gmail.com, at BBC Essex Sport on social media. Thanks to all those of you who contacted us yesterday, and indeed over the preceding 2 days, as here's a drive from Jennings which isn't timed and just goes up into the covers, and there is no run fielded there by Critchley. So it's Bracewell and Porter to open the bowling this morning. Essex looking for this early breakthrough to try and unsettle Lancashire. This is a good partnership that's been in unison now for some time. 111 they came together. Scott Reed about to join us in just a moment, having completed his 11 o'clock update. And yeah, they were looking just to carry on the good work from yesterday. I think Lancashire looking to sort of bat fairly normally for the first hour and then perhaps see where they are, but we'll get Scott's thoughts on that when he joins us in just a second. It's going to be Jamie Porter to bowl, Scott to describe this over. Just the 2 slips. And good morning, Scott.
Good morning, Nick. Is Sam Cook out there?
I've been looking around for him and I can't see him at the moment.
Right, oh dear, that is a concern for Essex. Here's Porter bowling to George Bell, who plays a forward defensive. Ball worked up to mid-on and there's no run. Well, fingers crossed it's nothing too sinister for Sam Cook.
I don't think we ended midway through an over yesterday, did we? Because I think it was a full over from Bracewell. So it's obviously you would have had, I think, Cook opening the bowling this morning with Porter in all normal circumstances, particularly given the overheads.
Yeah, which are, it's cloudy, isn't it? Quite kind of a hazy day, really. Albeit it's dry at the minute. It's Porter's into Bell, and it's just dabbed away into the offside for no run.
Nice stroke by Bell in the opening over pitch delivery from Bracewell, but put away impressively. And he could be on for 250s in the match here. 60 in the first innings, which is very important in the context of really keeping Lancashire in with a chance of getting a competitive score, which in the end they did, and nicely placed on 35 at the moment.
He's battered very nicely, hasn't he, in this game? Encouraging start to his first class career. Lead of 160 for Lancashire. Yes, that's worked to the leg side by Bell, just guided out towards mid-wicket, and there is no run.
If we get any news on Cook, I was just checking social media as well to see if there's anything on that this morning. Nothing obvious that I can see, but if we do get any news, we will let you know.
Yes, that is certainly a significant blow to Essex's hopes in this game. As Porter's into Bell, it's worked away off the hip behind square on the leg side. He scampers through for one, but it is just the single. Dan Lawrence quickly upon that to scoop up the ball, and Bell moves on to 36. The score to 173 for 4.
Well, if he wasn't to be available in the next game, Snater could certainly open the bowling, but it does, I think, if you like, reduce the intimidatory factor of the Essex attack, which when it's fit and firing is among the strongest in the country, as indeed is Lancashire's. Yep. But certainly Cook has been so prolific in the last couple of years that he would leave quite a hole.
Jennings on strike for Porter, who's around the wicket to the Lancashire captain. A full ball on stump. He just leans into it and drives up to extra cover, and there's no run.
A couple of years ago, Essex had a fixture list whereby they were playing literally every week through April and May, and Sam Cook had to take an enforced rest, really, just for his own good, to give him a rest. He missed out on a green top at Trent Bridge, and it was Snater who came to the fore. I think he got a 7-wicket haul there.
It's Porter from the Hayes close end of the ground, bowling to Jennings on the walk, and then flicks it off his pads down to fine leg, and jogs through for 1 run. And the score ticks along to 174 for 4, and I think that's the end of the over. It is, yeah, just those 3 runs off that over. 174 for 4, a lead now of 162 runs.
Yeah, it was one of those seasons where it felt like everybody else was getting a break sometime in April and May, and Essex appeared to be missing out, and it actually came down to basically a situation where Snater had to come to the fore, and he certainly did. It was a very impressive performance, and of course he's really come on as a bowler in the last couple of years. Hasn't absolutely, obviously, got a bag full of wickets yet, but it's very early days for this season as Bracewell comes in to bowl, and Jennings here I think was trying to hit that through straight extra cover, and it's come off a sort of inside half or inside 2/3 of the bat, if you like, and gone back to the bowler, but he just played for a shot again, indicating he wasn't totally happy with it, but he's still there, and that's important from Lancashire's point of view. Yeah, I was thinking Scott Lancashire bat fairly normally for this first hour, particularly with the overheads the way they are, and then assess and see if they can push on a little bit in the second hour. Get your thoughts on that after this ball from Bracewell with 2 slips and 4 saving 1, and that's squeezed away through a gap at backward point down towards deep backward point for a single, and it's 175 for 4, and 175 for 4, and the lead is 163.
Sounds like a plan to me, does that, Nick?
Yeah, just to basically get themselves entrenched again. I think they want to, it's only 5 points for a draw, but still could be useful points if that's the way the game ends.
Oh, that's the interesting thing, isn't it? Is that it's not, with it going from 8 to 5. It's okay, isn't it?
Yeah, but it's still okay. The one thing about it, of course, there's very few batting points on offer, particularly at venues like at Chelmsford, you would think. Bracewell bowls, and that's a nice strike. It's a lovely shot down the ground from Bell. It is going to be cut off. He didn't perfectly time it, but it was a beautiful piece of execution. And he didn't quite get that out of the middle, but it's still 2 runs, and it was still very nicely played along the ground. He's played a couple of good ones like that this morning, 177 for 4, and he's gone from 30 to 38. Jennings from 80 to 82, and the lead is 165.
Very easy on the eye, isn't he, George Bell?
Yeah, looks a very, very promising player from point of view of Lancashire. That's just pushed up into the onside by Bell for the next one from Bracewell. Just making a little late adjustment there, playing it up towards mid-on. Yeah, Essex had the worst of that green top at Trent Bridge. They were shot out for 99. Stuart Broad said, I'll play in this one. He got 2 for 31, but actually Luke Fletcher 6 for 24. And then Notts made 323. And obviously that was a winning lead as it turned out. But Snater took 7 for 98 in the absence of Cook, who was being rested in that game. Bracewell bowls, and that's clipped away off the hip down towards deep square leg for a single. That was a couple of years ago, that game, 178 for 4, leading 166. It was when Essex ended up in a much tougher group than it looked on paper. Do you remember that was the year where we had the 3 conferences?
Yeah, I do.
And Warwickshire, in the end, I think won the whole shooting match, didn't they? And got through to the latter stages and won the championship in inverted commas. Of course, some people were saying you've only played 5 or 6 sides. Can you call yourselves county champions? But of course, that format was ditched the following year. That was played defensively by Jennings up towards mid-off. It did create a slightly odd situation because Nottinghamshire suddenly came good after 2 or 3 years of doing nothing in 4-day cricket. It made that group but much more competitive, and Essex found given that they were stuck on a couple of very flat tracks against Worcestershire, that they weren't able to get out of the group and get into the promised land of Division 1. They were stuck among the 12 in Division 2 and 3 with nothing to play for, if you remember. 178 for 4, 166 to lead, Bell 39 and Jennings 82.
Well, you think about how much messing about has happened to the county championship over the last, when I'd forgotten about the season of the 3 conferences. That's obviously that wasn't the Bob Willis Trophy COVID thing. That was just a separate experiment, and then you different number of teams in Division 1, different number of teams in Division 2, 8 in Division 1 and 2 going down, and
yeah, I mean, it looked like we were going to get some change, of course, either this year or next. I still don't like the top division of 10 with, the top sides playing each other unequal number of times. It's so important who plays who twice.
It's Porter to Bell. That's chopped away through the offside. Jogs through for a single. Ball bouncing out towards Snater, who comes up from the point boundary. Bell moves on to 40. And the score moves on to 179 for 4.
But equally, and Don Topley wouldn't be agreeing with me were he on, but I'm also not a fan of just 10 games in the top flight. I think that's too few. So I came up with a compromise of a top division of 7 and a bottom division of 11, which would give you 12 games. And that for me is the absolute bare minimum it should be, if we are going to make a change.
Porter around the wicket to Jennings. Oh, that kind of gets through Keaton Jennings. He's playing it from the crease.
But the counties, as you say, Scott, the counties holding sway at the moment because they moved it to a top division of 10 because there weren't enough counties getting into Division 1 and being part of the top range of counties. But that has led to this problem that we had last year with Surrey, Hampshire and Lancashire all just playing each other once, and it just made it's a little bit of a lottery.
Porter to Jennings. Let's work to the leg side for no run.
You just felt that if you had to play those 3 sides twice, and some people had to probably play 5 games against those 3 sides, it was a lot tougher going. So in a way, it was not a surprise that Surrey, Lancashire and Hampshire were the top 3 because they all only had to play each other once. So I just feel a way of improving on that, 9 and 9 or something like that, or 8 and 10 would be better.
Porter to Jennings. Jennings turns the ball out towards mid-wicket. There's no run. Just be nice to stick with something for a
Yes, it would. Obviously, the pandemic was a unique event, and ECB responded as well as they possibly could to it, I think, in terms of getting cricket on that summer. And I could see the thinking of keeping with that experiment for another year of the conferences. But as I say, if one side suddenly improves from what you're expecting, it can actually make the conferences a little bit uneven. I think that's what happened in 2021.
Jennings waits, carves this ball away from Porter, bouncing down towards the deep backward point boundary and then towards the covers below the scoreboard, below the covers, and it's 4 runs for Jennings. Nice shot, sliced away off the back foot for 4 runs, and that takes his total on to 86 now, 183 for 4.
I feel that Lancashire are buoyed by the absence of Cook and sense a potential opening in the game.
Quite possibly, yeah. Glenn Chappell was quite optimistic last night and spoke to the Lancashire head coach that they could still be a result here today, and a really intriguing final day.
I mean, if Lancashire can get away from Essex here, and they've made a pretty fluid start compared to, say, the pace of the game most of yesterday. That they're thinking might be, we really just try and, how many overs do we want to bowl at Essex, and we don't worry too much about losing. We just decide, do we want 70 overs, for example, and we just, we've got Jimmy Anderson, we've got a pretty capable seam attack. We think we can make things difficult for Essex with that number of overs. I mean, it's how many overs they might feel that they want, particularly if they don't lose wickets in this next half hour.
2 slips in place as Porter's back into Jennings. He's trying to work the ball away off his hip. Out towards mid-wicket, just runs down the pitch a little, and Pepper from behind the stumps comes round to scoop up the ball, and that's the end of the over. 5 runs off it for Lancashire, 183 for 4, and a lead now of 171.
It's cloudy here at Chelmsford, but it's sunny in Hull, as Colin tells us, sat in the garden with his lovely family and a coffee. Nice. And he probably meant to say lovely coffee in his family, but no, he's put it the right way around, which is excellent. Well done, Colin, and listening to the final day's play of the cricket. Thanks very much indeed for that. Colin, BBC Cricket at gmail.com is our address. And I've got another one from Steve in Ethiopia, who's a new correspondent this season, who was the oldest ex-Essex player. You or anyone played club cricket with, that's a bit of a swing at that one. It's a no ball from Bracewell. It was a slightly loose shot from Bell. Maybe he sensed it was a no ball because it was that sort of shot, but he sort of flung a bat at it, trying to hit it through the covers, missed it, but it was a no ball. Oh, you've got your view of the replay blocked by a screen, which is inviting you to play a game of chess, I think.
Yeah, I don't quite know what that is.
Hopefully it won't be there for long, because it's literally a sort of a square screen absolutely blocking Scott's view of the pitch on the replays. Bracewell bowls, and that's played up into the offside, up towards mid-off, and there's no run, so we're going to have to try and work out how to get rid of that. We might need to try and get our technical people back here for the second time in half an hour.
I mean, it couldn't be more badly positioned, that, could it, really?
No.
Whatever it is that's on the screen.
But anyway, Steve tells us who his oldest player was, because it was Frank, was it Vigar? I think it was Vigar, who bowled to Don Bradman in 1948 when 721 runs scored in a day. We mentioned that game, I think, at least once a year. This is our chance to mention it this year. Bracewell, as that's run down off an open face, a nice shot from George Bell for 4 down to third man. It's all looking fairly friendly from Lancashire's point of view at the moment, and has to be said, so far Essex just struggling to make an impact. Obviously no Sam Cook out there, 189 for 177 ahead, and if Lancashire don't lose wickets in this first half hour, then they will feel, right, we can start to push towards 250, 300 lead. 721 on the day. Bradman, this is at Southend, Bradman 187, and hit Vigar for 5 fours in the last 5 balls before lunch. Yes, and of course that rate of 240 a session, they've been meeting the approval of the current England coach with that, wouldn't they? Yeah, as Bracewell bowls, that's played with no power, and a nice piece of cricket from Bell. No power in the stroke up towards mid-on, which meant Porter had to run in. That's a classic one in a T20 match, but Bell executed it very well there in this 4-day format. Just playing it again, no pace up towards mid-on. Porter had to come in, couldn't prevent a single, 190 for 4.
Have been a couple of early wickets elsewhere this morning. Northamptonshire have got a relatively modest total to chase on the final day, but they have lost Hassan Azad off the bowling of Toby Roland Jones, and Northants are 30 for 2. They need just 89 more runs to win.
Bracewell bowls and clipped off the hip for a single by Jennings.
A pretty low scoring game there. No, not seen a score of 200 yet, so pretty low scoring game. 89 more runs to win for Northants, but they have lost now 2 wickets. And Northants have lost a wicket as well. They're 197 for 7 in their second innings. Stephen Mullaney out, caught by Gregor of the bowling of Peter Siddle for 33.
Notts. So they're still quite a long way ahead, Notts, in that game, aren't
they?
Yeah,
they'll lead by 280.
Hampshire Surrey is a really interesting one to look out for today. It's rather like this game, actually, in the way it's set up, as this is played defensively by Bell up towards mid-off. Overnight, I think Hampshire were 5 down with a lead of around about 180, so almost an identical match situation. So we'll keep an eye on that. And of course, if either side were to win that game, that's a very important victory at this stage of the season. It would get Hampshire 2 from 2, and Surrey would be their first victory. 191 for 4 with 179. I think Lancashire would quite like that to be a draw and to win this one.
Ideal outcome, yeah.
I'll tell you what, I was thinking about the Division 1 this year, Scott, as Bracewell comes in with 2 slips and 5 saving 1. So that's just played down towards backward point, and it goes out towards Lawrence, and there's no run. 191 for 4. I just feel it could turn into like 2 sections of 5, and it's going to be what Hampshire did very well last year, was to beat all the lower sides in every game, virtually. I think they did, until they faced Kent in September. But I've got a sort of front 5 of Lancashire, Hampshire, Essex, Surrey, and I'm going to put Warwickshire in there because I think they're a dark horse, not just because they won the championship 2 years ago, but they tend to either be very good or very poor, and I've got a feeling this is going to be a good year for them. And then the other 5, you see, Somerset, Notts, Northants, Middlesex, Kent. I don't think any of those 5 will win the title, and it might be that they find it a little bit difficult against the top 5 as the season goes on, but I wouldn't like to commit to who's going to win. I think it's wide open. I know the Cricketer magazine has gone for Lancashire. I think the Telegraph favoured Hampshire. I fancy Surrey if Folkes is available to them for the whole season, but he's injured at the moment, obviously.
Porter. Jennings on strike. Jennings pushes off the front foot into the offside for no run.
I just think Folkes at the championship level, he's going to get big runs, and he already has, of course, in the opening fixture. And I don't see them being any weaker than last year. Obviously, Amler's moved on, but they're going to have Ollie Pope for these early rounds. They're going to be, I think, potentially as strong as last year. But it was very close last year, of course, between the 3 sides.
Yeah, it was. Yeah. I think probably Hampshire pushed Surrey, in truth, closer than what Lancashire did, even though Lancashire did finish second in the end. Porter's into Jennings, as defender back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Never felt Lancashire really recovered from the defeat to Essex at Old Trafford, which was an aberration because the batting had been so good up to that point. But Essex did what they did to Lancashire 2 or 3 years earlier. They bowled them out cheaply in one of the innings and won the game that way. But
I think Lancashire look back at that game as perhaps just being one game too far in that sequence of successive county championship matches. I think they were pretty goosed going into that.
Needed a break, yeah.
Porter to Jennings. Get onto the front foot and just dabbing the ball safely away into the offside, no run.
Yeah, so Steve was saying that Frank Vigar was nearly 60 when playing with his son for Clay Hall in Ilford in the 1970s. So can you claim an older ex-player? I was going to suggest Don Topley, but no, he's younger than that. And Don will be with us again soon. And indeed, Paul Newton, if you're looking out for Paul will be with us for the next game at Canterbury. So Paul will be making his debut for the season in that one. But here, it's a good start for Lancashire. We've got a bit of a delay at the moment. Umpires are going to have a chat. Is it about the ball? Because they seem to be looking at it there.
I presume so. We had this one changed already, I think, haven't we? That was changed last night.
It's not doing a lot. Tell you what, this is one of the more comfortable opening. There have been some flat pitches here at Chelmsford in the last year or so, which Essex didn't particularly want. But on a what I call a normal Chelmsford pitch, this has been one of the more comfortable opening 20 minutes for the batting side. 2 umpires at the moment making their way off, so obviously get a new set of balls delivered to them. And a bit of tying of shoelaces and general running repairs being made at the moment, and little groups of 2s and 3s having conversations. John, hello John, says, what do you think is the minimum score that Lancashire will want to set Essex in their 4th innings? One for Scott.
Blimey, I honestly don't know. I think it so far the matches looked like we had scores of 207 and 219 and 190 for 4. So
Is it flattening out? Yeah.
You're kind of looking at minimum of about of 250, I would think.
And another John Wilson, says that he was at a pub quiz last night, and the question was, what is the county town of Lancashire? And your team said Lancaster, and I probably would have said the same thing, because it obviously, the answer was given as Preston. Were we robbed as we lost by a point? Nothing to do with cricket, but we're going to trust on what Scott's view is on this. So there's pressure there, Scott. So you could be determining the outcome of a pub quiz last night, retrospectively.
I don't know what the official answer is. I mean, the county council of Lancashire, their town hall is in their offices and buildings are in Preston.
Right, and that's probably why.
But I'll be honest with you, I thought kind of historically it would have been Lancaster. But I don't know.
Yeah, dropped in on Lancaster. We've still got a bit of a delay going on. They have got the new box out, and they're trying to pick one that is 62 overs old, and or thereabout. I don't know how sort of close to 62 overs it needs to be. It's probably some sort of bracket you can have, balls between 55 and 70 overs or whatever, and that's fine. But anyway, we've got one. So we've got the two umpires. One of them at the moment, I think it's is just taking the set of balls back. That's umpire Debenham, I think, and umpire Lloyd is making his way back, and we're joined by his colleague in just a moment. And Ricky Spofford, there's a great legendary cricket name. Yes, thanks for your comments on the commentary, Richard. And you're listening in from Southport, hoping for an exciting final day. And we've got a bit more Luke Wells. So we're going to do it sparingly today, as we did yesterday. But bumped into Luke Wells at Southport Little Theatre in the queue for an interval ice cream. Top bloke. So if you don't know what we're alluding to regarding Luke Wells, you weren't listening on Friday. But well, he was getting more mentions. Given, in fact, he's had a relatively quiet game, actually, by his standards, 3 and 5. So a disproportionate amount of mentions, more mentions than he was getting when he was actually batting.
Yes, it seemed to snowball a bit.
191 for 4.
We had a few random stories coming through, which obviously were all total and utterly nonsense, but they were quite funny. And then people were sending in stories about where they claimed to have seen Luke Wells, including ski jumping, skydiving. I think there's someone scuba diving as well at one point on Thursday, I think. It was quite funny. It seemed to gather a bit of momentum through the day. And Luke himself, I spoke to him Thursday night. He quite enjoyed.
Yeah, I'm glad he enjoyed it. Yeah, I'm sure he'd like to score a few more runs in the game.
Yes, quite. All right, we've got a different ball in the hand of Jamie Porter. 191 for 4, and Jennings gets a run here. Just eases the ball away. Down to fine leg, up off his toes, working it away off the hip. Gets a single. 88 to Keaton Jennings now, 192 for 4, lead of 180.
Right, so Nick Gubbins is out at the Oval for 84, so Hampshire 208 for 6. So I think their lead there is around about 192. So that's quite a big wicket for Surrey to take relatively early on. Yeah, 215 for 6. They're 199 ahead. 215 for 6. Hampshire.
Bell on strike. Porter comes right on over the wicket and bowls to Bell, who plays a forward defensive to mid on, no run. Yeah, it could be some good finishes around the country today. And bearing in mind the amount of cricket that's been lost as well across games, we could still have some results on this fourth day.
Yeah, I see that Lewis Gregory's got 10 wickets in the match at Trent Bridge, with Stuart Broad out for 11 knots, 210 for 8, and their lead approaching 300, still in a very strong position in the game.
Final ball of the over. Porter to Bell. Again, that's a forward defensive, which may have come off the inner half of the bat, perhaps. It just deflects out towards mid-wicket. And there's no run. 192 for 4. Bell 45, Jennings 88, lead of 180 runs.
Yeah, you wouldn't expect Somerset to chase down 300 plus at Trent Bridge against that Notts attack, but it would do them a power of good. Actually, they've closed the innings out very quickly, 211 all out Notts, and Somerset will need 295. So Gregory there 4 for 64 in the second innings. And in the first innings he took 7 for 84, so he's got 11 wickets in the game, and that's a good wrap-up of the Notts innings there by the Somerset bowlers, in particular Lewis Gregory, and the 295 will be the target. So that's another game to keep an eye on. 3 interesting games in Division 1. Let's do this over from Simon Harmon, who will bring David in as he comes into bowl now with a slip and a leg slip and an appeal straight away. I think I'm not seeing what the appeal was for there, because if it was LBW, it looked like it was going down the leg side, but the bails were whipped off by Pepper, so it must have been for a stumping. But as David will soon find out, we can't actually see the answer to that because we've got this weird little diagram that's come up on our screen, which is blocking our view. As this is an attempted sweep, and it goes down towards fine leg for going to be a couple of runs. And Bradders on email about liking the fact that the Andrew Strauss recommendations were kicked into touch. And you say that when the Ashes were won in 2005, there were 9 teams in 2 divisions, and a similar setup now would make sense. I'd much prefer that, Bradders, to the 10 and 8 we have at the moment. As this is lofted away, good looking shot from Jennings, nice use of the feet. It's away for 4, I think, up towards the long on boundary. It's being chased back, but he'll do well to cut that off, and indeed I think Wesley has just managed to do so, perhaps wasn't as well timed as I initially thought, but lofted away, perfectly safe over mid-on's head. But I think perhaps the outfield's still damp enough for that to be just held up compared to what it would be like in pristine high summer conditions. So just 2 rather than 4 for Jennings, 92 to him, 196 for 4, the lead 184. Yes, and you don't like the fact that the first class fixtures are consigned to the, if you like, the bookends of the season, April and May and September. And you don't accept the Division 2s of a poor standard. And you remember Marnus Labuschagne and his impact for Glamorgan. Yes, what a great impact he has had for them. And you talk about when Steve Smith had to miss a game and what Marnus did coming on. I think it was a concussion replacement, wasn't he? I think, as that's a little prop forward from Jennings to Harmer, just rolls up towards mid-wicket and there's no run. You followed Essex for more years than you can care to count, and when we were in Division 2 for much of the 21st century, the matches were just as exciting as ever. 2 divisions of 9 apiece with more games in the summer months should be the way ahead. Yeah, that certainly would be my preference. May not be able to have everyone playing each other twice, but we're better than it is at the moment. That's play defensively up to short cover. You're never going to get an increase on 14 games, but at least you'd have more of sides playing each other twice than the slightly random nature of this current 10 and 8 as it applies in Division 1. 196 for 4, BBC Essex and BBC Radio Lancashire, and that's played defensively by Jennings up to short cover. A very good first half hour for Lancashire. 196 for 4, 92 Jennings and 45 Bell. We lead by 184, and Essex just struggling to make a breakthrough without Sam Cook. Further comments to come from Scott Reed and David Brett coming in.
Thanks, Nick. Well, just on those Division 2 games today, mentioning the cricket in Division 2. Well, there's 2 matches taking place. Durham against Worcestershire. Worcestershire with a very intriguing declaration. They declared behind in the match. They declared at 366 for 5 in reply to Durham's 425 for 9. So they declared in the match. Durham are batting. They're 137 for 2, and they lead by 196 runs. With 8 wickets remaining, as Porter bowls to Bell, and that's turned to mid-wicket, and there's no run. And having lost the 3rd day due to the wet outfield at Grace Road, they're playing between Leicestershire and Derbyshire. Leicestershire 278 for 2 in their first innings. So it's an interesting matchup at Durham, potentially, with a declaration, you would think, at some point from Durham to set up a run chase for Worcestershire. Could be an intriguing finish on the 4th day at Chester-le-Street. Porter to Bell. It's defended, and there's no run. Somerset have just started their 2nd innings, so they need 295 runs to win. Nottinghamshire all out for 211 in their 2nd innings. 3 wickets for Peter Siddle, 4 for Lewis Gregory, and as Nick mentioned, 10 in the match for Gregory. Somerset 295 to win that fixture. And Northamptonshire are within 67 runs now of victory over Middlesex, the 52 for 2 in Northants. Porter to Bell, playing a missing George Bell into the gloves of Michael Pepper, and there's no run. And David, for the first time this morning, is alongside me. Good morning, mate.
Morning, Scott. Morning, everyone. How are you?
Good, thank you. Yeah, all good. You enjoyed your evening last night?
I did, yeah. A little early finish, wasn't it, last night for us with the rain that came down?
Yeah, a bit of a shame that, because the match was brewing up quite nicely.
It was. There would, I think, even another 25 overs or so, of 30 overs of Lancashire batting last night. We've been in quite a commanding position, you would thought. As Bell drives up to mid-off and there's no run, we still could have a really good final day here, I think.
Yeah, very much enjoying the intent from, both of them, but specifically George Bell. He's quick singles between the wickets, and he's driving prodigiously through the offside. Yeah, enjoying this. Yeah, if they can get a lead at 250, 300 in mid-afternoon. Would they declare mid-afternoon, or would they want to bat until tea, make sure they don't lose?
There's Porter from the Hayes Close end of the ground, bowls to Bell, pushing forward. The ball beats the edge of the bat, and then Pepper takes it in the gloves and flicks off the bails for good measure as well. And there's no run.
Got James Anderson in the team.
Well, it'll be interesting to see how things develop. The captain's out there in the middle at the minute. The change of points, I suppose, he's trying to advocate more ambitious attacking cricket, maybe trying to win games rather than settle for draws. Onto the pads of Bell, deflects away into the leg side. No run, end of the Porter over. It's a maiden, actually, that from Jamie Porter. So he's now bowled 18 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 51.
Yeah, what's the lead now? 175?
It's in that vicinity. 184.
184. So, they're already up towards 200, and we've only had 35 minutes of play this morning. So, they're scoring pretty quickly. They keep pushing on.
Yeah. Well, it's been so far kind of ideal 40 minutes, hasn't it, really, for Lancashire? They've looked relatively untroubled. They've scored quite nicely. Yeah, so far so good for the batting team.
That's Armour bowls from the river end. That's just pushed out by Keaton Jennings into the offside, fielded at backward point, and there is no run. 196 for 4, Jennings on 92, and Bell has been playing superbly on 45. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. So that's flicked off the pad, in fact inside edge off the pad, down past the man at fielding at leg slip. It goes down towards fine leg for a couple of runs, looped up. It wasn't a catching chance. Even the most athletic of fielders, John T. Rhodes, wouldn't have even got to that one. But it did. It was teasing for a very, very short period. 198 for 4, and Jennings goes to 94. Harmer, right arm round to the left-handed Jennings, just tucks it off the pads towards mid-wicket. Critchley fields, and there's a single to the total. 199 for 4. So you had you were living the high life up in London.
That's right, yeah. Got the train into London last night.
You and Kevin House hitting the town as usual.
Something like that.
Your eyes are slightly less blurry than they were yesterday, so I'm assuming it was a sort of pre-2 a.m. finish?
Yeah, back home before 2 a.m. last night. Well, actually, before that, the last train back is at midnight, isn't it?
I was going to say, yeah, last train. You were hampered by the last train.
Exactly.
Otherwise,
I might not have come home.
Yeah. Harmer rolls in, passing up by Bowles. He's coming right arm round to the right-handed Bell, and he defends back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Great setup though, isn't it? The trains into London are like every 20 minutes.
Yeah, it's really good. As Bell comes down the wicket, tries to take the spin out of the delivery, and on the half volley just clips it all the way down along the floor to Bracewell, who's at long on, and there's a single to the total. That's a 200 up for Lancashire. 200 for 4 in the 66th over of their second innings, and Bell goes to 46. Harmer right arm round to the left-handed Jennings, or squares up Jennings slightly. Leading edge pushed into the offside, there's no run. End of the over, 200 for 4. Yeah, we're sort of blessed in this part of the country, pretty much anywhere down, either on the line from Chelmsford or the line to Southend Victoria. You get pretty regular trains, even on the weekends. Providing, obviously, they're working, because usually it's maintenance, isn't it?
Well, there was that dreaded sense of a groan around the carriage I was in when it was announced that this train would terminate at Chelmsford, and there would be a bus replacement service for anyone wanting to go beyond.
Like Ipswich and Norwich areas.
Yeah, it didn't go down very well with a few in the carriage.
No, that's a pretty long journey anyway, even if you're on the train. Bus going all about town. Surprised if you get home. So what time train roughly? Not I'm trying to keep tabs on you here.
You are quite keen to know my whereabouts, aren't you?
I've just wondered if you were on the Vomit Comet or you were slightly earlier than the Vomit Comet. Vomit Comet's usually around about the 12 o'clock mark.
Oh my goodness, that sounds horrific. Here comes Snater running in from the Hayes close end and balls to Jennings. That's carved away through the offside. To Bell, where Lawrence fields and run for Bell, so he moves on to 47. It's 201 for 4. It was the 10:30 from
very respectable
Liverpool Street.
The pre-Vomit Comet.
Thankfully, I would have absolutely been determined to have avoided what sounds like a horrific train journey back.
It became so. This would have been about 10-15 years ago, but it became so renowned. It actually made I think it was in the Sun newspaper or something. There's a special whole page dedicated to the Vomit Comet.
Oh my goodness. Snater with Jennings on strike comes around the wicket and bowls. It's flicked off the pads down to fine leg. Jennings moves on to 96 not out, 202 for 4, lead of 190 now for Lancashire. Brings George Bell back on strike. No, it's dead straightforward. Half an hour back on the train.
Yeah,
happy days.
Yeah, it's a nice little journey that.
Unless you had to then board the bus to complete your journey beyond Chelmsford. And the double deckers were there waiting to ferry people on. There's Snater balls and Bell looks to try and cut the ball, playing a miss through to the keeper.
Yeah, you must have looked quite smug just walking out of the station, just round the corner to your hotel.
Yeah, ideal. Yeah, perfect. Back in town to watch a bit of match of the day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. I watched Everton lose to Fulham.
Are you an Everton fan?
No, I'm not. No, I got interested in it because Sean Dyche is the Everton manager, and I worked with him for 10 years when he was Burnley boss. So I kind of got a bit of vested interest in Everton trying to stay up. Snater to Bell. That's a beautiful shot. Oh, he enjoyed that. Look at the walk from Bell. Down the pitch with the follow through. Beautiful from Bell. It brings up a 50 as well. Lovely way to get there. Gorgeous straight drive from Bell, and an even better follow through once he played the shot. And Lancashire move on to 206 for 4, and Bell is 51 not out.
Yeah, we were just saying how well he's driving the ball, especially through the offside, and that was just the right hand side of the stumps. Imperious.
Snater back in to Bell. Oh, that sneaks through past the edge of the bat.
That's cricket for you.
And through to the keeper, and there's no run.
Almost cleaned him up.
1 minute you're walking down, admiring your beautiful straight drive and having reached 50, and the next you're kind of groping around trying to keep the ball out. The successive 50s for Bell. At least the walk I enjoyed the most, I think I prefer that to the shot. 206 for 4. Snater to Bell. That's driven away through the offside. And Dan Lawrence at deep backward point fields, and Bell gets a single and nicks the strike, and moves on to 51. Here we go. Watch the replay. That's the cut drive. That was going to be the.
I was going to say that
the 50.
The best shot of the morning, followed by two fairly loose shots. One a missed, almost. Well, he was trying to defend it and keep it out, almost cleaned him up, and then the next one just flying off the outside edge. But yeah, lovely way to bring up a 50. It's played superbly. First time I've actually seen him play. Looks in really good order.
Yeah, very, very pleasing looking player. Only his fourth. I think it's his fourth. Yeah, he played 2 last year and and 2 this year. So his 4th first-class match. Right, looks exciting player.
Harmer coming round the wicket to the right-handed. Bell sweeps that one away, and that's going to be 4 runs. Fielder there at short fine leg has absolutely no chance, and it slams into the advertising hoardings. And things going all Lancashire's way this morning. They've played superbly. And that is that the 100 partnership? Yes, it must be the 100 partnership. 100 partnership up between these two. And a lovely way to get there as well. Got to his 50 with a lovely drive, and that was a beautiful sweep right out the middle of the bat. Just raced away to the boundary. So one slip in, a short leg still there, fine legs coming round slightly squarer to try and cut off that sweep. As Harmer bowls, there's an LBW appeal straight, and he's gone. Yeah, it looked good from up here. Bell launched forward trying to defend it, but it just straightened off the seam, landed in line with the stumps, and Bell goes for 56, and Essex will be relieved because this pair were slightly taking the game away from them. 211 for 5 now, and Bell goes 56 LBW to Harmer.
He batted really well. You could be proud of his efforts with the bat in this game, George Bell, and indeed with the gloves. He's kept superbly since he's come into this Lancashire team. As we watch the replay of that,
yeah, just off the seam, back in. You don't seem so convinced.
Me? Oh no, that's out. Yeah. looks pretty out to me.
The ball actually spun a lot more than it seemed to appear to do so when we saw it live. Caught plumb in front there.
He's played his part significantly in Lancashire trying to shape the game here. It's kind of ideal 45 minutes. They've put on another 50 runs, thick end of, taking the lead up to 200. And it's given potentially the licence to some players that can come out and give it a bit of a biff. De Grandhomme, Hartley and Bailey, who can all wallop it a bit.
Well, I was about to ask, is this the game here with Colin de Grandhomme? But you're clearly saying there's a couple of more batsmen down the order, batters down the order.
Yeah, Hartley can bat and he can score quite quickly, but I think he's setting up really intriguingly for a good day.
Could be, yep, absolutely. Lead is 199 is the lead. As Harmer comes, he's staying right arm round the wicket to Grandhomme. Here comes a big swipe, there's a big LBW pull as well. Everything was going on there. A big, huge swipe first up. It comes off the pads. It hadn't hit the pads. Clearly it wouldn't have cleaned him up, otherwise it would have been LBW. It ends up in the hands of first slip as well. No bat on it. So I think we know what Colin de Grandhomme's going to do. The next delivery is played back to the bowler. That was a lavish stroke to start off with.
For me, there's just a clear lack of intent with that first delivery.
He hasn't quite signalled his intent properly there. Come on, show us what you really want to do.
And I loved watching Alistair Cook giggling away.
Next delivery is played off the pads down the into the mid-wicket region, and he'll get off the mark with a single. That's 212 for 5, a lead of 200.
I think the best bit of that was Cook absolutely laughing his head off at slip. I thought he was hilarious watching de Grandhomme trying to whack it over the railway station.
Not sure that type of shot's in Cook's back pocket, I'm afraid. Here comes Harmer, right arm round to Keaton Jennings, and that's defended out into the offside, and there's a dot ball to finish an eventful over. A wicket down. De Grandhomme almost got himself out first ball, but he survives, and Lancashire are 212 for 5.
Well, it moves the game on, and I've got no not disappointed by that at all. If anything, I almost try and take the declaration or potential declarations out of the equation. By Lancashire getting bowled out, that wouldn't be the worst outcome, really. Then the game just moves naturally without having to try and tactically think things and work things out. How many overs left and all that malarkey. Just let the game take its natural course potentially.
Absolutely.
It's Snater into de Grandhomme. Let's work with an angle bat out to mid-wicket where Nick Brown fields and there's no run. Lead of exactly 200 runs for Lancashire at 212 for 5 with a minimum of 84, well it will be after this one from Snater, 84 overs left in the day. Nick was saying that the forecast perhaps not quite as clear as it has been, or as it looked yesterday. So a slim chance we might get a shower at some point. Snater to de Grandhomme. Comes off a leading edge, I think, trying to work the ball away to the onside, just deflects away into the off, no run. So that might be potentially in the back of the mind, but at the minute it looks pretty clear. Actually looks quite pleasant at the minute. Little bit of cloud cover, but quite light cloud cover above, and the sun trying to burn its way through. Keeper standing up, 2 slips in place, but Shane Snater into de Grandon. That's flashed away into the onside. Good stop at mid-wicket by Nick Brown. And there is no run. It remains on 1.
Yeah, the intent de Grandon showed in that first shot, very much the intent of the people you find on the Vomit Comet on the way home. They too also sometimes end up coming a cropper a little bit early in the night.
I'm assuming that you've experienced this then.
Oh, well, it was one of my regular trains home.
Right. Stated to de Grandon, he's leaving this ball past the off stump into the gloves of the keeper, no run.
Not now, obviously, much older, much wiser.
Of course, yeah.
Glyn's been in touch. Were you guys talking about, well, she said, dear Glenn, the trouble with the championship predictions is the weather factor and only 5 points for a draw. April's caused problems already and luck will play a big part. I presume you guys might have been talking about the fact that the weather...
I think
weather issues.
Yeah, I think Snater to Grandon might just get a little bit quicker onto the bat. He's expecting it. Takes his bottom hand off the bat as he deflects it away to backward square leg for a single. Doubles his total, moves on to 2. 213 for 5. I think we're just kind of flirting with the conversation about, because it's only 5 points for a draw, not 8. You know, whether that it potentially might change the mindset of some captains.
Were you also having a question about whether Lancaster is the county town of Lancashire or not?
Yeah, as Snater balls to Jennings, and that's defended. There's no run.
So Andrew's been in touch. Hi guys, Lancaster is the county town of Lancashire. Preston is the administrative centre and the home of the county council. Come on, Lanky, says John says. And Glyn has got exactly the same thing in his email as well. Keep them coming, bbcscricket@gmail.com. Where are we in the game? Who's in charge at the moment? Lancashire got 200 runs on the board. I would suggest they're in control at the moment, but a couple of quick wickets and Essex could well be back in it. Harmer coming right arm round to the right-handed de Grandon, and this is played conservatively, certainly compared to his first shot, out into the offside defensively and fielded at cover by Critchley, and there's no run. 213 for 5, that is a lead of 201. Harmer, number 11 on his back, shades on, bowls flatter this time, clipped off the pads down towards mid-on. Harmer fills off his own bowling, slides on that knee that took a little bit of a whack yesterday in fielding practice, but he's gets himself to his feet. 213 for 5. Jennings at the non-striker's end, resting on his bat, still 4 short of his century. That's a full-length delivery, clipped off the toes by de Grandon, down towards deep mid-wicket for a single. 214 for 5. You listen to myself, David Rett, Scott Reed and Nick Ledhill here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Lancs or Manchester, or
it's all of the above. It's all very relaxed, yeah, whatever you want to call them.
And online as well. Big shot coming down the pitch here, and he's out! Jennings is out on 96. He came down for a big shot. It skewed off the inside of the bat, all the way down the throat of Tom Wesley at mid-on. He skipped a few yards to his right-hand side, but it was a comfortable catch at chest height. And Jennings will be kicking himself. That's the first real aggressive shot I've seen him play this morning, and maybe the call came from the sidelines to potentially be a bit more aggressive, but he's holed out to Tom Wesley, the Essex captain, and an excellent innings by Jennings come to an end on 96, and Lancashire are 214 for 6.
Yeah, well, batter Keaton Jennings, I'm sure he'll be frustrated not to have pushed on and got those extra 4 runs, but this kind of playing for the team, isn't it, really, that type of shot, didn't quite get a hold of it as he would have liked, and Wesley takes the catch. Relief for Essex to see Jennings depart, but it looked like a pretty selfless effort from Keaton Jennings, just trying to push on, really, take your kind of personal kind of achievements out the equation and try and push on for in cause of the team. I don't think it was a shot that we've not really seen Jennings play.
No, so absolutely not. No, he's been good on the backward cuts and the flicks off the pads, and he's scored a couple of boundaries this morning from them, but it's the first time he's come down the wicket and trying to hoik it out. When he's come down the wicket, he's tended to try and flick it square, hasn't he? That was the first one he tried to lift up in the air, and it just skewed off the inside of the bat to Wesley. So Harmer has another wicket, 214 for 6, but it tends to suggest if the message was get on with it, that Lancashire think they may have already enough on the board to defend at the very least. 202 is the lead. Remember, they've got James Anderson in their ranks as well. The new batsman is Hartley, a right-hander as Harmer comes around the wicket. It's a right-hander, and that deceives Hartley. All ends up, beats him on the outside edge. Hartley trying to play down the line of off, flirted with it as well, and taken by Pepper behind the stumps. A slip, a leg slip, a deep backward square leg, a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, an extra cover, a cover, and that's defended out into the offside, and a deep third man. And that is the end of the over. 214 for 6, and Harmer's got another one in his pocket. So 2 new batsmen at the crease, but attacking intent from Lancashire.
Yeah, definitely. Positive first hour of play this from Lancashire. 155 was the lead when they got their second innings back underway this morning. They pushed that 155 onto a lead of 202 with 4 wickets remaining.
Email from Chris. Hello, Nick and Scott. How much influence has the dropping of giving the away team the option of bowling first affected county cricket, do you think? Oh, God.
Well, it was an experiment that lasted a couple of years, I think, wasn't it? That Snater comes in and bowls to de Grandon, and he's kind of groping at that ball. It's through to the keeper, who then not just ticks off the bails, he kind of demolishes the stumps, at least the middle stump. And de Grandon helps Michael Pepper pop it all back together again. Dot ball, 214 for 6.
Chris says, I'm thinking particularly of Nott's improvement since the change.
Nottinghamshire's improvement. Snater into de Grandon. Let's run down to third man. Played it softly down to the ground, down towards the boundary. And, he's timed that for 4.
Yeah.
Lovely touch play from de Grandon. Lancashire move on to 218 for 6.
I'd suggest the speed with which they dispensed with it suggests that they thought it didn't really work.
No. Yeah, I'm not so sure it worked. I mean, that's probably the idea behind it was to try and improve to try and help encourage better pitchers. Came in for a couple of years and went out, didn't it? That's probably the answer you need to know with that. Snater to de Grandon. It's drilled away through the offside. Lawrence will get across the ground out from deep backward point, just in front of square on the offside for Essex to save a couple of runs, because de Grandon does come back for 2, and he moves on to 9. The score moves on to 220 for 6.
They always say with the NFL they constantly tinker with the rules to try and improve the entertainment side of things, and as much as you want to say a million things about county cricket, they do try and do things to try and get these positive results and try and make the cricketing a bit more attacking. Whether they tinker too much is another argument, but they're doing their best.
Snater to de Grandon gets forward, just jabs the ball ahead to the offside, no run.
And I suppose just in the end, all you want as a cricket fan is for a result to have been achieved in 4 days without it being contrived. A decent pitch where when the batsmen get in they can score runs, but also with a chance of wickets falling. The last thing anyone wants is 20 wickets falling in a day because it's either spinning too much or the ball's ballooning off a length, something like that, or seeing 400 for the loss of 2 wickets.
This is hammered out through the offside by de Grandon. Picked up by Tom Wesley. Comes round from mid-off. That just beats the dive of Matt Critchley at short extra cover. So de Grandon moves onto double figures. He's up to 10. Lancashire now 221 for 6.
I'd suggest that Nick may be better qualified on this to answer this. In fact, when he comes back in, we'll ask the same question to him. But when it comes down to making sure the pitches are of decent quality, the authorities, if they think that something's not right, then teams, clubs, counties need to be properly punished by whatever means to make sure they do produce decent pitches.
Around the wicket comes Snater, bowls to Tom Hartley, and that's defended away into the offside, no runs. That completes the over. 221 for 6. So a lead of 209. And we've had 71 overs of the Lancashire second innings, so a new ball becomes available in 9 overs time for Essex as well.
But just to finish off on that in itself is quite difficult, because then you have to weigh up, well, how much is it to do with the pitch, how much is to do with the bowling, how much to do with the batting. So there's not an easy job. Scott's going to pop off for half an hour. Nick will come back in. In fact, we'll leave Chris's question open for when Nick comes back, because I know he'll like to have a say on this. Anyway, Harmer continuing from the river end, 2 wickets in his last 2 overs, and he's going to bowl to de Granholm, who comes down the pitch and defends. He's getting some turn from coming round the wicket to the right-handers. A slip-in and a short leg, a short, fine leg, deep mid-wicket and a mid-on the leg side. Mid-off, cover and backward point. A big shot coming in on the leg side. Now that's up in the air, but I think it's going to clear the boundary quite easy. It has. It's gone off the... I think that's come off the balcony from where the Essex staff are standing. So that's a big 6 from de Granholm. Looked to put very little effort into it. It was just all timing, and 6 to the total. So we know where we're heading in this game now. Lancashire are chasing a score where they can either declare or have enough on the board where it doesn't matter if Essex bowl them out. 227 for 6. Harmer around again as de Granholm comes down and pitch and punches down to long on for a single. 228 for 6. We're in one-day mode.
Yeah, got de Granholm staying here if he does for half an hour. How he got away with his first ball, I don't know. But,
it's incredible, wasn't it?
I mean, if he stays for half an hour, that's really going to give Lancashire a good platform. Essex were in quite a lot of trouble before Bell got out, and they've fought back well.
Lead is 216 as Hartley defends, covers up, plays into the offside and no run. Nick, at the end of the over, because Harmer's racing through this, we had a question: how much influence has the dropping of giving the away team the option of bowling first affected county cricket, do you think? We'll come to it at the end of the over. Here comes Harmer, right arm round, bowls, gives us one a bit of air. That's defended back to Harmer, and there's no run. 228 for 6.
I quite liked it as like a sort of guarantor against, preparing obvious green tops. I think there was one round of games where it's really significant on a day when the ball swung, because the air conditions suited that.
Harmer into Hartley, who again defends, happy to cover up at one end while de Granholm takes the attack to the Essex bowlers at the other, who he'll be on strike in the next over, and that is the end of that over. 228 for 6. The lead is 216.
But you could also say that it put aside at a disadvantage if they had a lot of home games at the start, particularly at the start of a season or indeed at the end, when it could be more of an advantage to bowl first. So it wasn't one of the dafter ideas that have come up. I thought it was quite interesting, but no particular problem with it being scrapped. I don't put it in the daft category as I would the readjustment of the batting points to 250 to 450, which I would put in the daft category. They would like to have one silly idea at a time, that's the thing. They've done well, the ECB, with the fixture list compared to how it was a couple of years ago, but they still keep throwing in the odd curveball for me. Anyway, here's Snater. That's an attempted hoik away, going down to fine leg. It is going to be stalling. It's Richards out there, but it's a misfield, and it's gone for 4 runs. So it looked like he had that subfielder, Jamal Richards. We look forward to him obviously getting a place in the first team at some point, maybe before the 50 overs this year, but he'll hope to do a little bit of a better job on the fielding there, because he might have slipped and it's just gone through his hands and it's gone for 4. But certainly there's no question that de Granholm at the crease is a potentially influential factor here. 228 for 6, and de Granholm goes to 17 with Hartley no score. Here is the next delivery, which is played up into mid-off, and they go through for a sharp single. That's well run. So certainly a lot of aggression now in the Lancashire approach. They may feel they've got enough already. That 4 actually took the score to 232 for 6. The scoreboard's just a little bit slow at the moment, and now it goes to 233 for 6. He hasn't thought that, hence my hesitation that the Granholm runs hadn't been registered. So just to confirm where he is, he's on 22. Hartley no score, and a couple of wickets this morning for Simon Harmer. Here comes the next one from Snater, played away off the back foot on the bounce, nicely taken by Harmer in the gully. That was struck pretty well by left-handed Hartley. Yes, so Harmer's got the 2 wickets when Essex were in a bit of trouble with that partnership, which in the end was an even 100 between Bell and Jennings, but both out. Bell LBW to Harmer, just beaten by a bit of turn for 56 from 113 balls, and then a rather uncharacteristic shot from Jennings trying to get on with it, holding out to Westley of Harmer for 96 with 11 fours, and that's played defensively by Hartley just up into the offside, and Snater moves across. But certainly they've missed Cook in this first out, haven't they?
Yeah, they certainly have. Yeah, bowling options constricted with him. Oh, not going to finish this game. Hopefully it is just a precaution and he'll be able to come back in the next fixture.
Yeah. Any more news on that, we'll let you know. The lead is 221. BBC Essex, BBC Radio Lancashire, online via the BBC Sport app. It's Nick Lethill, David Brett, Scott Reed. Still under cloudy skies. Bit of sun just trying to poke through here at Chelmsford, and Hartley here is being contained by Snater. Just plays that one up into the covers. There is Nick Brown. He'll be looking for some runs this afternoon. It will be important for Essex to get a good start, because they're going to be facing a challenging target in these conditions, even as it stands now. I think 221 the lead in the game that's sort of running a little bit alongside this one in terms of where the match is at. It's been a pretty good morning for Surrey. Hampshire at 243 for 7, leading by 227. As this is all run down off the open face by Hartley for 4, and he squeezed that between slip and gully. It would have gone along the ground to a second slip, but there wasn't one there, and in the end that was pretty good execution from Hartley, and that'll get him off the mark. 237 for 6. He has 4, and the Grandham has a quick 22. And yes, Jennings, fine innings from him, continuing his good starts of the season. I think he was just trying to get on with it and just miscued that, looking for the 4 that would have got him his 100. Wasn't quite there, and away he went. Northants at 69 for 3, just need another 50. That will give them their first win and consign Middlesex to back-to-back defeats. And a game that's I thought was very much in Nott's control. Somerset have fought back well. 27 for 1, we need a further 268. Lammonby is out for 7, and yeah, I mean the target under 300, just maybe giving, you still fancy Notts there, but they've fought back well with I think 11 wickets in the match in the end for Lewis Gregory in that particular game. And here is Harmer.
Oh, Harmer, and that's a big sweep over deep mid-wicket. That's a huge hit by de Grandhomme. That's gone out the ground and probably into the river behind us. And the score is racing along. He moves to 28. The score moves to 243, and the lead is building for Lancashire.
I mean, he's a useful acquisition for Lancashire, in a sense, because he's I'd call him a batting all-rounder, probably. If you sort of look at his history, his bowling is pretty good, but he's not a front-line, opening bowler. He'll come on and do a job, often as a fourth seamer. But he's a dangerous customer coming in at this point of the order, isn't he? And he could make a bit of a difference with a cameo here, which at the moment is very well underway.
Thanks for everyone for getting in touch with us, confirming that Lancaster is a town in Lancashire. It's probably
a county town, yeah.
County town in Lancashire.
Certainly a town. I was there last year.
Probably one for you as well, Nick. Alan's been in touch. A group of 7 with 12 fixtures needs 14 round schedule. Were you talking about?
Yep, and that's deliberate, Alan, because basically those advocating just groups of 6, presumably everybody playing each other at the same time, you either got to take breaks, or you're going to have long gaps between games, because otherwise everyone's playing back to back. Whereas if you have, I just thought it was a compromise solution. Top division of 7, 12 games, so everybody misses out on a round on a rolling basis. In the end, the counties, of course, don't even want that. They want to stick at 14. But whether they'll be able to carry on doing that remains to be seen. It could be that we don't get any decisive change to the county structure until a decision is made on the future of the 100, which I think is up for conjecture, isn't it?
Right on round to the Grandhome. Big swipe. That one goes up in the air, but it's got the length on it as well. That's gone for 6. That's over mid-on. And that might require a new ball as well. He didn't get all of that one, de Grandhome, but he got enough of it to carry it a long way.
Yeah, 34 from 23 and 3 sixes. And how he survived his first ball, that first ball could be a decided moment of the day. If you weren't with us, he played the most ugly swipe at Harmer to the first ball he faced. And he could have bowled him, he could have been LBW. he could have been stumped. It all seemed all sorts of possibilities, but somehow he was still at the crease after he faced the ball. And that moment could be a really important one in the context of a day, because what it's doing is allowing Lancashire to get closer to a sort of target they feel comfortable defending.
So Alan goes on to say, if we move to a top division of 8 with scheduled breaks, then we improve player welfare, increase the integrity of the championship, and sooner or later we're going to have to play first class cricket in August, so why not next year?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Alan. I think I like that top division of 8, but the counties who weren't involved in it had a bit of a sulk and thought, we were stuck in this bottom division of 10. It was a poor decision to switch from 8-10 to 10-8, because all you're doing is diluting the quality. And as I say, we've got this bizarre situation where Hampshire, Lancashire, Surrey all played each other once last year, and it just felt unsatisfactory. Whereas, if you've got at least the top division is symmetrical, that would be better. But again, you'd have more sides missing out. But again, that's a better option than what we've got at the moment for me. Grant Holmes' test average pushing 39, and it's interesting that his career average of first-class cricket is slightly inferior, and that's quite a tribute to him. He's actually got a slightly better test average than overall first-class average.
He's retired now, isn't he, from test cricket?
I believe so, yes. He's a good acquisition for Lancashire in the sort of batting all-rounder category.
I think the scores are all over the place at the moment. As Harmer tries to bowl quicker, but he loses that one outside the off-stump. Actually, de Granholm should have slapped that one away for 4. He's picked out the fielder along the ground as Richards at backward point. I think the score should be...
That's right, I think 243 for 6.
Okay.
Pretty confident that's right.
243 for 6 as Harmer bowls quicker again on the pads. This one's just tickled away down towards backward square leg for a single.
I checked
244 for 6.
No, I thought it was right, but in fact it's 250 for 6.
That's what
now.
I thought. They've missed one of the 6s.
Yeah. So what we've got is two wrong versions of the scorecard on different means that we can view, but it's actually at the moment 250 for 6 of that single.
Hence the reason no one's applauded for the 250 up. Okay, Harmer in, leg slip and a first slip in. Harmer bowls to Hartley, who defends on the offside. A completely different game with Hartley on strike. But de Granholm, I think, should be on 35 off 26 deliveries. I think that should be. Here comes Harmer. Flatter again, but he loses it outside the offside. Nice driven away and another misfield. Wheels are coming off a little bit for Essex in the field. That goes for 4. That should have been stopped at cover.
Well, I'll tell you what, when
254 for 6.
Another 4, isn't it? When Essex play Kent, they're going to be playing a Kent side that are trying to piece themselves together, because they're being absolutely taken apart by my dark horse challengers for the championship, Warwickshire. 453 Warwickshire made for 4 declared. Kent 158 and following on 51 for 5. 2 wickets for Rushworth and for Wokes. Remember that Liam Norwell's not even, I think he's not fit at the moment. Get him in that side with Rushworth added. I think Wokes will probably be in the England side, won't he? Because they need him at number 8. I'm not batting without Wokes at number 8, but if he doesn't make it, he's Warwickshire even more of a dark horse, or a slightly lighter version of a dark horse, if you like, in terms of...
I think he only makes it in the side if Stokes isn't fit enough.
That's an interesting call, because your number 8 isn't going to be a particularly strong option, is it?
No, but he's been quite...
Robinson? Yeah.
He's been quite bullish so far, hasn't he, Stokes, with his selections?
Yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see what happens. So, anyway, I think Bracewell's been switched, indeed he has, to the Hayes close end, and that's played defensively up into the onside by de Granholm. Won't be saying that too often, and this, of course, is visiting 35 from 25. I think we've got the mayhem and the scoreboard sorted out. 254 for 6, but yes, Kent are going to be trying to, they won their first game, but going to be putting themselves back together, I think, for Essex coming to Canterbury. That is going to be surely a huge win for Warwickshire. Watch out for them this season, that's all I'll say. This is driven away up towards mid-off for a single. It's amazing, isn't it? You get away with it right on the last day. Liam Norwell's 9 wickets against Hampshire last year in that final round of games. And sent Yorkshire down, kept Warwickshire up. But they either blow hot or cold, Warwickshire. And they blew hot in 21 when they won the championship. They blew cold last year when they really struggled with the ball in the early part of the season. Wow, that's really putting a marker down. I was just saying to Scott, David, we'll wait for this next ball because Bracewell's just lost his run up. A slip and a gully, 254 for 6, a lead 242. And here is Bracewell with Cook not on the field, Sam Cook that is, and it's played up towards cover. It would be less significant at the moment if Alistair Cook was not on the field, but although he may not be able to open the batting, but he is on the field, and it's Sam Cook who's not, and he hasn't been on the field since he not limped off, but he went off rather gingerly, 2 balls into his 16th over with muscle tightness. That one played up by Hartley into the offside, and there's no run. Useful contribution from Hartley, just hanging in here. He's doing well for the side. He's got 8, 255 for 6. He's letting de Grandhomme obviously play the aggressive role. 243 the lead, and Snater bowls, and here Hartley gets one he can hit. He does so very well. It's over pitched on off stump, and he's hit it away just in front of square cover critically for 4. And this is apart from a little wobble mid-session, this has been very good from Lancashire this morning. 259 for 6 with that 4, and Hartley moves along to 8. In fact, 259 for 6. It's not been updated yet, has it? So he's gone to 12. Pretty certain that's not been updated. Got a few problems with the scoreboard this morning. I'm sure Hartley was on 8 before that shot was played. In fact, it's now been corrected. 259 for 6, and he has 12. Lead 247. And here is Bracewell again, and driven up into the offside for a single to the sweeper. But Essex with a few problems now. 260 for 6, lead 248. It's a lot, you feel, on this pitch, particularly if you're trying to score runs against the clock. Alistair Cook having a look at the scoreboard there. We're thinking about how he's going to approach this. It's one of the, even with 5 points for a draw, it's not the worst outcome at this stage of the season against a potential championship rival if you do only draw a game. Many Essex know they have a pretty good record away against Lancashire, although this year, of course, it is at Blackpool, not at Old Trafford. This is a play by de Grandhomme up into the covers, and there's no run. You could almost argue the way that this fixture's been going in the last few years, which is a bit of an away banker, that actually a draw for Essex at home is not a bad result. 260 for 6, 248 the lead, 36 to de Grandhomme, and 13 to Hartley.
Oh, when's the Blackpool fixture?
I think it's one of those midsummer ones. I think it's July time. So yeah.
Never been to Blackpool. Full stop. Certainly never seen cricket there.
Just before the school holidays start, which is probably not better than if it was on the other side of the school holidays starting. But so that's an interesting fixture in the Essex schedule this year. 260 for 6.
Harmer continuing from the River End bowls, and Hartley covers up, defending into the offside. Left-handed Hartley defends into the offside. 260 for 6. De Grandhomme on 36 off 28.
Do we mention the one from Keithley, from Mike and Catherine Smith?
No, you can
we'll
go
do
ahead.
that in a moment.
Down the wicket comes Hartley, driven through the offside. Lovely shot. That's going to go for 4 runs. And at the moment, these two taking a little bit of a liking to Harmer. 264 for 6.
Yeah, so Mike and Catherine Smith, originally from Keighley, West Yorkshire, are watching and listening to the cricket from Grottoes, Grottoes, Virginia, USA, alongside the Blue Ridge Mountains. About to break into song, but it won't. And on the trail of Lonesome Pine. Looking forward to a great Ashes series this summer, and Jimmy's 700th wicket. She'll be incredible.
Harmer bowls, and that's defended back to Harmer, and there's no run.
So thanks to Mike and Catherine for that.
Harmer winding up again. Hartley waiting, and he defends this coming forward into the offside.
And Michael appreciating Colin de Grandhomme's describing it as mullering the ball. Yes, indeed, a very hard hitter. That's a useful acquisition for Lancashire. Four-seamer, hard-hitting middle-order player.
Harmer tosses this one up and again defending into the offside. This time he'll just run it off the face of the bat, square of the wicket, and he'll find a nice little gap between cover and backward point, and he'll get a single. 265 for 6.
Yes, it looks like the county so far are resisting any change to the current format, but I think there will be a bit of a tweak in a couple of years' time.
Harmer in again outside the off stump. He throws it to, because he's going right arm round the wicket to the right hander, who just pulls that one down towards long on for a single. And Colin de Granholm happy to take the strike for the next over. 266 for 6, end of the over.
And this remains a personal view and a minority view, but I still think that we'll see how long these test matches last in Bazball style. If we've got dry weather in the summer, but if again we don't have many games going into the 5th day, they'll be thinking about, isn't it better to play all these Thursday to Sunday, so you're guaranteed Sunday finishes. If that ever happens, then the argument for having 3-day championship cricket in the middle of a summer increases. And it occurred to me that rule change the ECB have put in with getting to 450 and 110 overs. If you had that as a 3-day match, there's less risk involved for the batting side, because if it goes wrong you can still try and bat out for a draw. The problem at the moment is, with the ball nipping around a bit in April and May, who's really going to be going for that on a regular basis. Here is Bracewell bowling, and that's driven up towards mid-on for a single. I think it's a little bit of a gimmicky thing. Warwickshire, all credit to them, got 450 in 110 overs against Kent, but and I think there was one instance of it in Division 2 in the last round of games, but it's going to be a bit of a rarity. And as you say, how many batting points are we going to see at grounds like Chelmsford this year for both sides? Single takes a score to 267 for 6 to Grantham 38, and Hartley on strike with 18, playing a good supporting role here. 255 for lead. That's an imposing one on this pitch. A slip and a gully, and he launches into that. Hartley, I was saying he was playing a supporting role, but he's now being more aggressive himself. Didn't quite get it. Critchley Field's on the edge of the boundary in front of the public seats, and they get back for 2. But it's gone back now into a situation where you feel, from an Essex point of view, is how many do they want us to get, or more pertinently from Lancashire's point of view, how many overs do they want to bowl at Essex? Yeah, they've crossed that psychological 250 barrier, haven't they? Will they want to get Essex in before lunch? They might be thinking of that. They're really going to have to go some. I think they wouldn't be setting Essex less than 300 if they did that, but it's possible. 255 a lead with 12:22. There's not a lot of time in that. It's probably going to be unlikely. They scored quite quickly this morning, haven't they? Put on 100 so far of they this morning. Yeah, Bracewell bowls. That's pulled around down towards fine leg for a single. I think it underlines the importance of the partnership between Jennings and Jennings and Croft on the second evening in miserable batting conditions. If we think back to that, Jennings and Bohannon, to correct myself. Sort of fairly miserable batting conditions at that point. It's bowled him. That's the end of de Grantham. One swipe too many, and Bracewell's broken through. Essex would have liked that wicket to have fallen to the first ball that he faced off Harmer, when he could easily have been out, but that was a bit of a heave, and I think it's knocked out 2 stumps, that one. So 270 for 6, and that is finally the end of de Grantham, but he's done his job. 38 from 31 balls, and he's on his way. 270 for 6, lead of 258. Hartley is 21, and looking at the replay again, I think it was just one swing too many. It was a bit of an indeterminate shot, actually, really, a bit of a loose, flat-footed drive with no foot movement, and hitting middle and off and sending both out of the ground. Yeah, and I often see 2 stumps flattened. Yeah, important breakthrough for Essex. Just from their point of view, will hopefully slow the game down a touch, because at that rate, there was every chance that Lancashire might stick Essex in for 10 minutes before lunch. But that might now not be the case, but we shall see. Lead is almost 260. It feels, in the context of the game, that's a huge amount for Essex to get, although they'll have plenty of time to get it. Yeah, that partnership I was just talking about between Jennings and Bohannon in the miserable batting conditions on Friday evening, which took Lancashire I think, to 82 for 1 overnight when we came in on Saturday morning. That could prove to be a really important part of the game, the fact that Essex couldn't break through at that point. And although Lancashire lost 3 wickets quite quickly when we did start yesterday afternoon, basically the value of that partnership underlined by the way they've been able to prosper since. 270 for 7, lead of 258. So it's going to be Bailey to join Hartley. They bat a long way down, Lancashire. But 258 is a good lead on this pitch. And this, I say, will we maybe see a lunchtime declaration? There's a possibility of that as well. So yeah, it's just a bit of an indeterminate shot, that one. I think it's fair to say. Bailey is on strike, and this one he gets on his pads and works it away for 2 out towards deep square leg. It's actually Richards, a subfielder, coming around from long leg, and it's 272 for 7. The lead is 260. Hampshire still going. Ian Holland 46, 258 for 8. They lead by 242. If they can get that lead above 250, they're actually. The scores have been very equal in this game. Hampshire 254, Surrey 270, Hampshire 258 for 8. So it's going to be a challenge for Surrey, you would have thought. As this is driven away and square into the offside, goes to Snater at backward point, and there's no run. And say Somerset, who've had a pretty good morning from a very unpromising position. They're still just the one. That's lost a second wicket. That could be important. 37 for 2. We need a further 258. And they've just lost a second wicket there. Cameron Bancroft has gone to Broad for 16. That could be a big wicket. So Broad and Hutton a wicket apiece. They need a further 258 at Somerset in that game to win it. Unlikely, you would have thought. And Kent still 5 down, facing an innings defeat. 238 behind Warwickshire. Those are the other scores from Division 1. So yeah, interesting cricket going on around the country in Division 1. Division 2 a bit depleted, mind you.
Harmer in, bowls, and that's defended into the offside by Hartley. Start of the over, no run. 272 for 7 here on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Lancs. With myself, David Brett, Nick Gledhill, and Scott Reed will be back with us in about 5 minutes' time. Here comes Harmer again. And he bowls down the wicket, comes Hartley. Doesn't quite connect with that one. Skewed off the outside edge of the bat down towards wide, long off. And it will just be a single, 273 for 7. One remaining match, Northants 82 for 3, need a further 37. So they're going to get that to get their first win at Northampton, and back-to-back defeats for Middlesex. And in Division 2, Durham have declared a 238 for 3, leading Worcestershire to get 298 to win. That's a challenging declaration, actually. It's very, very interesting, leaving Worcestershire less than 300, declaring 3 down. They have thrown that game open, Durham. Harmer right arm round to the right-handed Bailey, who just clips the ball back to the bowler, and there's a dot ball. 273 for 7. Lead is 261. Scott Borthwick 104. I wonder what our North-East correspondent Martin Emerson makes of that one. That's an interesting declaration. Slipping a short leg in as Harmer bowls again. This one's pushed up towards mid-off. No run, Wesley Fields. He'll tell you on the BBC Sport app at lunchtime, I'm sure, what he thinks of it. But that's certainly thrown the game open there. It's not been a particularly exciting contest, so that's a good thing for the spectators. Harmer going back over the wicket. A reverse sweep, an LBW appeal, but a big stride forward, and Bailey's a fairly tall man, and there's only half a pill not out. No run either. 273 for 7. Harmer with the shades back on. High cloud as Harmer bowls again. Another reverse sweep. Oh, that beats the dive. I'm not sure how much he got on that, whether that come off the bat or a pad. See what the umpire says. It's going to be runs. It is going to be runs. A very, very thin edge past the wicketkeeper. Cook diving to his left-hand side. So it went between wicketkeeper and first slip, and runs away for 4 runs. 277 for 7, and that's the end of the over. Yeah, it's interesting because they've taken out the declaration bit on the score. Well, it was a very generous declaration, and in fact it looks like that's inaccurate, so they must have mistook it for something else. 240 for 3, they're still batting Durham, 299 ahead. That would have been quite a generous declaration, so cancel that. A little bit of misinformation coming through, but it won't be too far away with a declaration, but that did seem a little bit on the generous side at this time of the season. 273 for 7 here, lead of 261. Scott about to come back in
to join us, and whether we'll get half an hour's cricket before lunch, or whether we will get Lancashire declaring at, say, 10 to 1 or something, or just to add a few more overs, we'll wait and see. But here's Bracewell, and that's hit away in the air by Hartley, and pretty well as well, effectively away for 4 to the deep cover boundary. Got a lot of bat on that, and hit it firmly, and after playing second fiddle for a while, he's sort of come into his own and played some good shots. He's gone to 26 from 25. Bailey has 6 at a runner ball, 281 for 7, lead at 269.
He's played some really nice shots actually, and bear in mind he was playing second fiddle to de Grandheim at the start, playing very defensively. He's got himself in after seeing a few balls, and now he's starting to hit out.
So, just one solitary slip, 4 saving 1, cover mid off, mid on, mid wicket, quite short. There's a deep square leg, there'll be a fine leg out of our sight. There'll be a third man, and there's a deep cover as the sweeper.
Essex just trying to slow the game down here as well.
Yeah. Still overcast. Essex will be hoping for sunshine this afternoon, of course. And here, Hartley miscues an attempted drive down the ground, and it goes straight out to Snater along the ground at mid-wicket. 281 for 7, 269 is the lead. And bbcessexcricket@gmail.com if you'd like to get in touch with us. Thanks for the emails so far and during the game. It's, certainly you feel again that Lancashire will be relatively confident of their chances. The draw is still very much a live option here. If Essex feel that Lancashire have just batted on too long and batted them out of the game, this is a bouncer, which is another, if you like, defensive tactic, and Hartley just ducks underneath it. 281 for 7, and yeah, it's still overcast. I think the sun might just appear from time to time. It is just trying to force its way through at the moment. And it's going to be Bracewell again, just adjusting the field, just moving the cover a bit deeper. Plenty of space either side of that fielder if the ball is hit in that direction. And here Hartley actually hits it to mid-on on the bounce, and won't add to his total. But the infielders are sort of quite deep at the moment, as Essex adopt quite a defensive strategy, looking just to slow things down as we head towards lunch.
Looked like an attempt at a slower ball Yorker. Yeah.
Trying to put in some variations. Hampshire 258 all out. So we'll be pleased with that. Had a very good morning. 243 is a target for Surrey at the Oval. Ian Holland 46 not out, was stranded with the tail. That's hit away along the ground, nicely played. And that's actually found those gaps in the offside that I was talking about. And beautifully struck that by Hartley, just a square cut, leaning into it and away for 4 runs. So
Essex can't stop the bleeding at the moment.
About to rejoin us, and yeah, interesting to see what he thinks of Lancashire's situation and whether they're going to bat through this next half hour. 285 for 7. Yeah, it was a nice stroke from Hartley. Yeah, so Hampshire 258 all out, 4 more than they got in the first innings. 243 to win for Surrey. Holland 46 not out. Fuller made 23. And 5 for 40 for Dan Worrell. So Surrey are probably favourites there, given it is the Oval. As here is Bracewell again, bowls, and that's driven away to cover, and just wide of cover. Lots of spaces out there with the fielder set relatively deep, and there's a single. But Essex definitely trying to avoid bowling anything more than they need to at the moment. 286 for 7, 274 the lead. Hartley 31, Bailey 6, just both going at roughly a run a ball. So yeah, we've got one game coming towards its conclusion, and that's the one Northampton and Middlesex. And certainly Somerset Notts is interesting, Hampshire Surrey interesting, and surely Warwickshire are going to beat Kent by an innings. And we've got Martin on the emails, which we'll probably come to because it's a Harmer about to bowl. You reckon that a draw a draw at best for Essex is your bottom line, so we'll come on to your email in just a moment. But first of all, let's get the thoughts of Scott after he's been away for a little while. A good half hour for Lancashire, that one, Scott.
Yeah, well, yeah, just a really good morning session so far, isn't it, for Lancs? Put the lead up to 280 now, and it could not really have gone much better for them, I suppose. Maybe Keaton Jennings would have liked to have added 4 more runs to his
Yes,
side.
disappointing for him. I think he was trying to play for the side strategy, wasn't he?
Yeah, I think so. Here's Harmer in and bowling, and that's edged away by Hartley. He swung pretty firmly at that, and Cook at slip, diving to his right hand side trying to get something on it. Hartley comes back for actually he's been given his bye, he's nothing on it. Actually, a swing and a miss from Tom Hartley, so bye signalled.
No thought of Cook putting down a chance there. It's no contact from anybody, but a bit of turn obviously. The fact that it ended up going in Cook's direction might have flicked off the keeper's pads maybe.
Lead 274. Harm around the wicket to Hartley. That's crunched away off the back foot. Away to deep point for a single. 32 not out now. Tom Hartley's played a really good part here. Thought he would do. It's the type of innings I thought he would contribute. 32 from 32. Got the licence to come out and give it a bit of a biff with de Grandon. That's exactly what he's done. He hits a ball pretty firmly, does Tom Hartley. He's got Bailey now back on strike. Short leg and a slip as Harmer brings Bailey down the pitch, and Bailey lofts the ball out towards deep mid wicket, and he's gone for 6. Little downs down the pitch from Bailey and hitting it out towards where the Lancashire players are in the kind of marquee to our right hand side. He moves on to 12, and Lancashire to 295 for 7 now.
Some useful batting down the list here from Lancashire. I think one of the pivotal moments of the morning for me, Scott, was how Colin de Grandhomme survived his first ball. Dreadful shot against Harmer, not playing himself in, but the value of him doing so and the way he then gave the innings immediate impetus has been underlined, I think.
Yeah, he came out pretty clear intention, didn't he?
Yes.
From ball 1. The next ball he just defended back calmly.
Yeah, absolutely. He learned his lesson.
But he obviously came out with great intent, and he's got freedom to do that. Lancashire he came out to bat with a lead of 200, didn't he? So
yeah, I mean, as I say, very useful acquisition. 4-seamer, but can bat at 6 or 7 really. I mean, Bell at the moment, as of right, is at number 6, and I suspect he'll stay there for a while. But looks a useful acquisition as a team balancer.
Yep.
And with other bowlers coming in who can also contribute with the bat. Whereas de Grandhomme is more of a batting all-rounder, and some of the guys we're seeing now, obviously their strengths is the bowling, but they can certainly contribute. Certainly Hartley a good example.
New ball required. That one's disappeared. I don't know, somewhere down towards the river, perhaps. But the second time the ball's been hit in the river, I think de Grandhomme cleared the stand and hit the river. One of his 3 sixes.
73 overs left. There is an option for Lancashire declaring at lunchtime.
There's also a new ball due for Essex. Whether they would take it, I don't know. 295 for 7. It's worked to mid wicket by Bailey. No run. Lead of 283.
It's going to need something. I would identify Lawrence perhaps as a really key man who's been in form so far this season, and indeed Critchley again, who has got a run of 50s.
To Bailey, swings again, looking to launch the ball out towards deep mid wicket. Swing and a miss this time by Bailey, down on one knee. Taken by the keeper, and there's no run. 295 for 7. Harmer comes over the wicket and balls to Bailey. Reverse sweeps it, or at least attempts to. But again, doesn't really make any clean contact with the ball. It's the end of the Harmer over, which included that big hit for 6. Lancashire 295 for 7, lead by 283 runs.
Yes, and of course another factor this morning has been the absence of Sam Cook, which I think has told from the start, because it's made the Essex attack less of an intimidatory force, if you like, from the Lancashire point of view. And they made fairly benign progress, didn't they, for that first half hour or so. Some nice shots from Bell. Jennings seemingly inexorable, moving towards his 100 and then just holding out on 96. But yes, it's just told a little bit. And one of the things about Cook is he doesn't often get belted around as well. He's not only takes wickets, he'll keep it pretty tight. And we get any news of him, obviously we'll let you know. But it could be a bit of a blow for Essex if he's not fit for the next game, and certainly Essex wouldn't want him away for more than one game, I think, at the worst. So Bracewell with a slip and a shortish mid-wicket, and three overs at the edge of the fielding circle, what would be the fielding circle if there was one, and that's a lovely hit. Clumped away over deep cover for 6 by Hartley. He's picked up Bracewell on length there, and that's a pretty decent hit to get to that boundary. I'd like to see that again, because it must be a very, very clean strike. I was saying there's sort of defensive field positions for these one-savers. If you imagine the sort of fielding circle in the one-day game, they're right on the edge of it, if that, and looking to contain as much as possible. When the ball is hit as cleanly as that, it's very hard. Lovely clean strike.
You can hit it, Tom Hartley.
301 I make it. We're just waiting for the scoreboard to be updated. Right. 301 for 7, the lead 289. Heading for the 300 lead. So Essex are going to be looking at scoring at 4+ and over. This is pushed up into the onside. Is the pitch flattening out, or is it just the lack of Cook that maybe is making a little bit of a difference, as that's played up towards Snater at mid-wicket? But a lovely clean strike that from Hartley. And I say the Essex are really now, but they've almost abandoned the one-savers. They've gone to deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket, about 3/4 or 4/5 of the way to the boundary. Long on, long off. Again, not quite on the boundary. Sort of a cover halfway back to the boundary, and a solitary slip. As here's Bracewell, and he drives, does Hartley, and gets 1. There's a possible 2 if he's hit it between the fielders. No, it's too close to the deep extra brown. But sweepers all over the field now. 302 for 7, lead 290.
Yep, fielders scattered around the edge of the boundary. Hartley freeing up his arms. Really good knock this for his team. Tom Hartley is 39 of 35 deliveries. I think they've just brought up a 50 partnership, haven't they?
Yeah, in a very, very quick time that will be. Yes, it's been very good from Hartley, the way that he has, after playing second fiddle rightly to Grandholm, he's really taken on the mantle and moved very quickly to 39, 302 for 7. Bracewell bowls, and here's a good shot, but just goes straight out to cover. It's pretty firmly hit that by Bailey, but you feel a bit annoyed actually that he's hit it straight to the man, because that was very well struck. And on any other day, a yard or so either side, that would have been 4, and in this case it's a dot ball, and it's 302 for 7. Yeah, I mean, we've got Hartley 39 from 35, and Bailey going along to run a ball, just a little bit better than that at the moment, 302 for 7. Still cloudy. Sun just making occasional appearances. Not the bright sunny day we were hoping for. As here is a pull shot to a slightly slower delivery. I think maybe an attempted slower ball bouncer. Sends it out to deep square leg. And there is Matt Critchley, who could be important with the bat later on, given his form. And 1 more to a total 303 for 7. And Martin saying that he thinks a draw is the best option for Essex, or the most likely option that would be a favourable one. And you agree that the 8 teams in Division 1 would be best, so you play everybody twice. The main thing, though, is that the Andrew Strauss paper has been abandoned, a bit like that Gloucestershire-Yorkshire game, as never got going. As this is driven away down the ground. Good hit. That's a fine stroke by Hartley, and I think it's cleared the boundary at long off, straight of a long off fielder. There was a man on the boundary, but actually it was straighter than that, between the bowler and long off. Very, very good pick-up shot, and another 6 to him, and it's been a fine effort this. He's gone to 45 from 36, and some very clean striking here, and again getting the bat right in the lovely good V of the bat there, and long off found he was too square, Wesley, and went over his left shoulder for 6. Fine stroke. It's 309 for 7, and Hartley 45.
Yeah, just a little bit of broader context rather than just this game with regards to Tom Hartley and what his contributions could be for Lancashire this season. He's a very fine cricketer, batter, very good left arm spinner, really good fielder. He's a proper player, and you wonder just how big a role he might actually play for Lancashire in the T20 Blast as well. Yes. Not just with the ball, but with the bat, maybe up and down the order a little bit as the competition progresses. And when he comes out and plays shots like this, and we saw him briefly in a T20 match last season, I think batting at 3 for Lancashire. Be surprised to see Hartley maybe that kind of role floating a little bit up and down the batting order as the competition, when it starts in May, gets underway.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, Scott? Because at this time of the year, he's not going to have a lot of a role with the ball, particularly on places like Chelmsford.
Yep.
So he's taken the chance at number 8 to have a good outing with the bat. 33 and 45 not out. He couldn't have done a lot better than that, could he? So 309 for 7.
They've just taken the new ball as well, haven't they? That was signalled by the umpire, I'm pretty sure. Snater in and bowling, and swing from Bailey. Deflects away into the offside.
Yeah, so...
By, actually.
Just to finish up with your point, Martin, yeah, you're saying that at least it seems the championship won't be reduced to 10 games, which I personally think is too few, and I'm pleased that hasn't happened. 310 for 7, lead 298, so we're coming up to that 300 lead point, and we have 15 minutes to go before lunch, and a minimum of 71 overs after this.
Yeah, probably back to lunch now, I would think.
Yeah, they've got the option of coming in any time between 10 to 1 and 1, of course, and not losing any overs.
Mm-hmm. Lead of 298, 45 to Hartley, back on strike, and drops it to the leg side from Snater, and there's no run. 310 for 7.
Paul Oak says he reckons that even if Lancashire decide to put Essex in, which they will do, they are going to. I don't think we'll see Lancashire batting after lunch. Put it that way. You can't see Essex getting the target. It looks like a draw is written all over this. Well, I'm sure that Lancashire will have, from their point of view, more positive thoughts in mind with Jimmy Anderson in the side, particularly. But we'll see how it goes. Certainly, any positive result, you'd favour Lancashire.
Snater to Hartley, and just dabbing the ball off his pads. Back along the pitch, gathered by Snater off his own bowling, and there's no run.
I had a thought this morning this could end up like a 300 chase over 70, which is a bit of an old-fashioned championship setup, really. You don't see it very often these days, but it's like a classic two-session ask. On a good pitch and a fast outfield, it might be on for the batting side, but it can be quite challenging here.
Snater right arm around the wicket to Hartley's off the back foot and clubbing the ball into the offside. And Bracewell comes up from long off to field. So Hartley gets 1, so it takes him to 46 not out, 310. Correction, 311 for 7, and lead of 299.
Well, looks like we're going to get one prediction right, because we didn't fancy Somerset to get a target of around 300 against Notts, even though they had a very good morning. To bowl Notts out for 211. 48 for 4, 2 wickets for Broad, 2 wickets for Hutton, and I suspect it's game over there.
Over the wicket to Bailey, swing and a miss from Bailey and through to the keeper, no run.
And so it could be that Essex and Lancashire are going to be facing two teams that have on the receiving end in this current round of championship matches. Kent's 6th wicket pair are hanging on, but they're still 222 behind Warwickshire following on. Both those sides will be having something to prove in front of their home fans come Thursday, I suspect.
Into Bailey, that's clubbed away high over the pavilion in that direction, out towards deep mid-wicket. It's gone for 6. And absolutely hammered away by Bailey for another 6. And there's been quite a few through the course of this latter part of the morning session, certainly. And the big hit from Bailey swung through that, flew over the general direction of the pavilion, or just over the top of the marquee where the Lancashire players are training, perhaps. It's gone for 6, and that completes the over as well. It's 300 and... I don't think they've added that on yet, have they? No, don't think they have. Is it 311? That says 311. I don't think that's spot on.
No, because that would mean the 370, because I believe that otherwise the lead would still be under 300, wouldn't it? Which we know it was when we last discussed it. So yeah, 317 will lead over 300 now.
Yeah, 305 run lead, and Bailey moves on to 19 not out. And Tom Hartley's 4 runs away from his first class 50.
Looking that up actually.
It was well past his previous best score. I think he got a 20 odd.
Yeah, he's actually beaten his career best twice in this match, which is a fair achievement. I don't think that's something that happens very often, actually, that you get 2 career bests with the bat in the same game.
And I think another ball is required. Another one's flown out the ground.
Yes, Lancashire underlying their strength in depth here. Had a very good morning indeed. I was just mentioning to David, if they do go on to win this game, the partnership between Bohannon and Jennings on the Friday evening is very, very important. I know it was broken early on the Saturday when we started, but Essex needed to get among the wickets there in pretty favourable bowling conditions, and those two resisted very well.
They did. They batted superbly, and Keaton admitted at the end of the day that a little bit of good fortune going his way. Played and missed it quite a few, but perhaps need that when the conditions were as difficult as they were.
Porter back on, no Cook this morning, and that's driven away down the ground, and again it's hit straight and it's hit true, and it's another 6, and it's going to be 50 for Hartley. And he raises the bat to the Lancashire dressing room. What a fine effort this has been. Wisely playing second fiddle to Grandholm, but he's taken it on since de Grandholm's dismissal. 52 from 40 balls, 3 sixes, that was the most recent, another straight one, the second straight one, 6 fours, absolutely superb innings in terms of the need of a team.
Absolutely, yeah, beautifully put, I think, Nick. Great way to get to his first 50.
Yeah, he'd be pleased with that. I mean, he's hit Essex's opening bowler, who's been in great form this season, back over his head for 6, and he won't try it again here because this is on middle and leg, in a different sort of length, but he'll get a single out to deep backward square leg. It's Eshan Kelly on there. I've not seen him on the field before, and 1 or 2 subs around for Essex at the moment. Of course, a sub behind the stumps in Michael Pepper, who of course won't be able to bat, and that's going to be an interesting one for Lancashire should they take early wickets, and what happens in terms of Rossington there.
And Cook.
Yeah, 324 for 7. It's hit uppishly, not timed by Bailey, but a single out to long on, and it's 325 for 7. The lead is 313. I think it's 10 to 1. I think Lancashire could declare at the end of this over and just give themselves the extra few minutes, because we now know, of course, we're not going to lose any time, given it is 10 to 1, and I'd be tempted if I was Lancashire to pull out at the end of this over. I mean, they might just fancy the extra 10 minutes, but they have got to a point now where they won't lose time if they were to declare. Well, they'll consider that. This is hit uppishly, but safe and a long way. Fine shot. That's 6 over deep mid-wicket. That's a brilliant pickup, because it was an attempted slower ball from Porter, and he's waited for it and picked it up on length, and he's effectively played the hook shot there. That's a brilliant piece of execution from a number 8, and it's gone between 2 of the boundary fielders, and a fine 6. He goes to 59 with that, and it's 331 for 7.
It's an outstanding hitting from Tom Hartley here. Look at this for a shot. Bang.
Yeah, it's more a pull in the end than the hook in the play. He was hitting it on the up, but goodness me, that's a fine shot against an opening bowler. And this has been a damaging partnership from the Essex point of view, as this one is hit away along the ground. It could be 4 more, and it will be. Yeah, brilliant batting from Hartley. He gave a charge there. Amazing to think that he's beaten his career best twice in this game. And not many people would do that in consecutive innings on a Chelmsford pitch, which is giving the bowlers plenty in their favour. 335 for 7. Hartley 63 from 43, and he may not have much of a role this afternoon, but he's playing a role this morning.
He certainly is. Yep.
Solitary slip is Alistair Cook. Everybody else is on the boundary. And this is hit uppishly. This could be a catch to long on. It might fall short. Indeed it does. He didn't particularly time that one, but he's got a single. And it's taken Bailey along to 20 and to Hartley to 64. The end of the over. 336 for 7. It really has been mayhem, and increasingly so. That over went for 19. 336 for 7, the lead 324, and I think Lancashire could pull out now. It looks like they're going to just go through these last couple of overs before lunch.
6-1-1-6-4-1, not over. Yeah, the Lancashire players are all sat there in their Lancashire tracksuits, so they're probably going to enjoy a bit of lunch and then pull out. I don't see any point in batting on after lunch, really.
No, I don't think James Anderson will have his pads on, put it that way.
So yeah, there's no declaration due before lunch. Lancashire players are all sat down with their tracksuits on. So presumably the declaration will come at lunch. Which means that Hartley's got a little bit more batting to do. He's got another potentially 6 minutes of batting.
I suspect Essex will want it to be a 6 minute over this. Well, how many overs have we got left in the day? 70, so we're slightly behind the schedule.
Here's Snater with Hartley unbeaten on 64. And that's hammered back over the bowler's head. Bracewell comes up from the boundary. Lands in front of Bracewell, trying to make up the ground from long off. Plugs it, hits the turf as well. Hartley gets a single. Moves on to 65 now, 337 for 7.
It has been an almost perfect morning for Lancashire. There was that double wicket strike from Harmer in the middle of the session, but either side of that, first we saw the anticipated consolidation from Lancashire, from Jennings and Bell, and then to Grantham. I think the key moment of the morning for me was him getting away with a very ugly swipe off his first ball, and from then on he played an important cameo. Hartley just bedded in at the other end, and he's taken it on, and it's been a very good team performance during the morning from the Lancashire middle order.
Snater from the City end with Bailey on strike now, balls over the wicket to Bailey. It's a wide ball which drills up towards long off for a single. Reaching for it, Bailey bends his knees and able to work it along the ground, but all the fielders set back on the boundary. They've got a fielder within sight of the batter, really, the bowler and the keeper, the two umpires and the two batters, and everybody else with their heels right on the edge of the boundary rope. 338 for 7, a lead of 326 as Snater is back into Hartley, who comes dancing down the pitch to him, and then he just drops his hands and he's banged in a bit short by Snater. Don't think he enjoyed watching Hartley coming down the pitch to him. Through to the keeper, and there's no run.
And first result in this round of Division 1 games, and it's Northants who lost their first game. They've won their second, a low scoring game, but they've won it pretty comfortably in the end thanks to 60 from Sam Whiteman, unbeaten, 120 for 3. They beat Middlesex by 7 wickets, and gives Northants 1 win and 1 defeat, and 2 back-to-back defeats for Middlesex. Yeah, Sam Whiteman, Doncaster born, keeper batsman.
Very worrying start for Middlesex, isn't it?
Yes, it looks like their batting is the principal. You feel that the bowling unit is pretty strong, but as has been, it was even the case in Division 2 a lot of the time. You know, the batting is a little bit suspect.
Snater to Hartley, scooped away into the onside, high up towards deep square leg. Critchley comes across the ground and slides away onto his knee.
Yeah, so Whiteman looks a pretty useful acquisition there for Northants, and just sealing that game with a 60 not out. And yeah, it's quite a long first-class career in Australia. So plenty of experience there. Plays for Western Australia.
Hartley 66 not out. Bailey back on strike. Snater bowls wide again, and signalled as a wide actually by the umpire. Bailey down on one knee, just trying to hammer it away through the offside, stretching for it, hoping for some bat on it, but swing and a miss from Bailey. The umpire says no, that's a wide ball. The score moves on to 340.
BBC Essex, BBC Radio Lancashire, online via the BBC Sport app. We're approaching lunch on this final day with Lancashire 327 ahead. A declaration imminent.
328 is the lead.
328 now. Yeah.
Snater to Bailey, steps across the stumps and pulls it down towards fine leg for a single. Played it well actually. Bit of extra bounce from Snater. It had Bailey having just to pull it away down towards that fine leg boundary for a single. 21 to him now. 341 for 7.
Yes, it's interesting. I mentioned that point they could have declared it 10 to 1. They haven't actually got a lot out of a time since, and this Lancashire might find with an inaccurate throw which can't be gathered in by the bowler that this is the last over they face.
And to credit to Snater, he's made this a 6 minute over.
Absolutely. And who knows, these 10 minutes might be important later on, we'll see.
Yes, he's smart play from Shane Snater. He has managed to eke out the thick end of 6 minutes to send this over down. Here he comes to complete it around the wicket to Bailey, who's stepping right across the stumps and trying to make contact with the ball and scoop it over the keeper, but through it went to Pepper. So that's the end of the over. Is there time for one more before lunch? It looks like there will be.
Yeah, I wonder if Porter will bowl it after what happened in the last over with the 2 sixes, but 341 for 7. They've really missed Cook this morning, and it maybe is a sort of a sign of how Essex might be reduced in terms of the potency if Cook is with the bowling attack, if Cook is to be away for games. But we await news on that. So 341 for 7, and on the verge of lunch and on the verge of the end of this Lancashire innings, and he almost made it to a lunch interval, because it is 1 o'clock now, and the over hasn't started yet from Porter, so Essex will feel they're having to bowl an extra over here, which they almost managed to avoid having to do. So Porter will bowl to Bailey, and that's hit uppishly, and it's going to fall between the keeper and 2 advancing fielders. So that was a bit of a slog, but it fell safe. A couple of runs, 343 for 7, and as I say, it's just a question now of getting through from Lancashire's point of view, getting as many runs as they can from this over. And then we get to lunch, and Essex will have to work out their strategy, but their chances of winning this game, you feel, are pretty remote, barring a major innings. As here, that's a slower delivery from Porter, which is well executed, and Bailey tries to flick it away. At least he's got Hartley away from the strike, and makes no contact. Pepper takes it standing back. But, as I say, this is a fixture that you look at recent years, and it's tended to favour the away side. So a draw might not be, having won the first game, it isn't by any means a disaster for Essex if that's what they can get here. Here's another well-executed delivery, which is beaten the stroke of Bailey. Actually, I think Lancashire missed a trick here. They had Essex absolutely on the floor when Porter's last over went, I think it was for 19, and they've got nothing out of his 10 minutes at all, and you just wonder, when we get to the end of the day, if that might be significant. Probably a minor point, but who knows. 343 for 7. Well, Lancashire have dominated this morning session. Essex have really struggled without Sam Cook being on the field. 344 for 7. They lead by 332. I think they could have declared a few minutes ago. They will do at lunchtime. And I think the best Essex realistically can get is a draw. Jennings was out for 96. George Bell for 56. De Grandhomme then pushed down the accelerator, 38 from 31. But it's Tom Hartley who's played the major innings, a startling unbeaten 66 from 48 balls, 2 sixes taken off Porter's last over. Tom Bailey on 22. Essex have struggled this morning without Cook. 344 for 7 Lancashire. A declaration coming up. Here is Porter, bowls, and again it's hit uppishly, and it will be a boundary this time. So that does, and it's just check whether it's gone on the full for 6. Had to reach for that, and it has. And Hartley has another 6. What a remarkable innings this has been. And as I say, that takes Lancashire beyond 350. 350 for 7 will leave 338, and Hartley will go along to 72 with his 5th 6. With 7 fours as well, so at least they've now made something of these last 10 minutes with that shot. Another straight 6. He had to reach for that one, but executed it very well as Porter bowls to him, and it bowls as a block hole delivery, and it's just glided down to fine leg for 1. They'll consider a second, but it's not going to be there. That's the end of the over. A little bit less damaging than the previous one from Porter's point of view. It just went for 10, but at 351 for 7 surely declared, it means that Essex will need to get 340 to win this game. Hartley 73 from 50 balls, as I say, a remarkable effort, 5 sixes and 7 fours. and Bailey played his part in that partnership with 25, and those two took the score from 270 for 7 to what we can assume will be a declaration at 351 for 7, leading Essex 340 to win, or more realistically 68 overs to survive. The asking rate obviously pushing 5s, and I think that's on this against an attack being led by Jimmy Anderson, that's an awful lot to ask. But who knows, if there's a great innings in the offing this afternoon, then anything might happen. But you would think that of the 3 possible outcomes, excluding the minute possibility always of a tie, then a draw and a Lancashire win will be vying as the 2 favoured options, and the Essex win is a very, very outside option as we approach the afternoon session. 68 overs minimum left. Essex, assuming we have a declaration, will need 340, and we will be back with coverage for you at 1:35.
Fly like an eagle.
Our club has always been about the people.
And the impacts we have.
We create opportunities.
We dare to dream.
About what we can achieve together.
We aim to entertain.
And we deliver results.
Our teams inspire our community.
And our community inspires us.
We work together
to push boundaries.
Building a better future.
For everyone.
It's our spirit that bonds us.
Our members.
Our partners.
Our players.
Our staff.
Our youth.
Our community.
Our county.
We are Essex.
We are the
Eagles!
been great to work on this project with Essex. Over the last 18 months, having grown up here, played my cricket here, grew up in Ilford and came up through the Essex school system. To have the opportunity to work with the team here for the future, has been a real honour. Over the last few years, the activity that goes on within the club, from the community programmes, which are extensive now, to the number of different teams, different formats of cricket, women's cricket, abilities cricket, really the opportunity that we saw here was to really unite all aspects of the club behind a singular Essex cricket brand, and that's been the real driving force. So I'm the president of Landau & Fitch, and we're a global brand transformation company working across the world for a number of different brands across multiple sectors. Sport is a big focus for us, and we've helped shape some of the most iconic sports brands in the world, from clubs like the New York Rangers through to historic organisations like the Royal and Ancient, through to facilities and tournaments, the Australian Open and Wembley Stadium. So we started this in about October 2021, and there was no rush here. We didn't to kind of develop a new identity. The first 6 months or so we spent and just took our time talking to different stakeholders across the club. We talked to the members, we talked to the players, we talked to the staff, we talked to the commercial partners, and so on and so forth, and especially all the people that the participants and the volunteers around the community programs in particular, just really getting to know the club, really understanding the strengths and the differentiators, what makes Essex special. That then gave us the input and the insight that allowed us to kind of shape the brand platform for the future. There were multiple identities existing within the club ecosystem, but there were two core. For the main teams, we had the Essex crest and we had the Eagles logo that was originally developed for the T20 team. The main driving force was really to unify all of the activity of the club around a single identity. But then we saw an opportunity as well to kind of bring it into a more contemporary space, and so we're kind of bringing the essence of both of the previous identities together into one. And one of the things that that really came through strongly was just how much the Eagles, the kind of almost the nickname of the club, the Eagles bonds, brings the human nature of the club, the human side, the family spirit of the club together. And we now have a new Eagle identity that we can use in a much more free and flexible way across multiple applications in different forms, that allows it to kind of work very much as a secondary device. So the identity is unified around the core Essex crest, and then the Eagle becomes a secondary device that we can use in a much more free-form way. So tonight we're launching the new identity and the new brand platform. Some core applications will go live over the next few days, a new website and some of the core signage around the ground. But the big next stage is really to kind of capture and start creating a lot more stories of all of the community programs, of the members' stories, the players' stories, all of the great things that really make Essex the great brand, the great club that it is, and then starting to share those stories across different touch points.
When things don't go well, you get your biggest learnings there as well. You can rely on your teammates because you're used to them, you've grown up with them as well, and that there can be some of your biggest learnings too. And I think we've been pretty good with the senior guys at Essex, helping the younger guys as well. And then you want the younger guys seeing that, and when they get to a senior level, doing the same as well and helping the younger guys as they come through. But I think you owe it to yourself and the rest of the team and the professionals that every session you come in, you train smartly, train with a focus and train to get better. Ultimately, we're here to win games of cricket and win trophies. That's what we all want to do. But you get that by every individual trying to get better every single day.
Great to see all you aspiring young cricketers here. You've all got talent, you've all got aspirations, you all want to do well. It's about using that talent. As Anthony said, when you practice, you want to practice to improve. And your goal always should be to come out of practice a little better than when you went in. So practice your good habits in here, because that's where you improve, okay? And above all, enjoy yourselves. You've got to reset, because the next ball's a new ball.
Yeah.
And, you know, you've got to play it. Whatever you're going to play, you know, be positive about it, but, you know...
You can't dwell on
the ball's gone.
Yeah.
The only important ball is the next ball.
Yeah.
Not the one that's gone.
Yeah.
Draw a line under it, think about the next ball. And one of the other tips I would give you, whatever shots you play well, stick to those shots until they block those places. Then you might have to think about a different option, okay? But my view is you don't have to like hit the ball over mid-off for 4, then you've got to slog sweep it for 4, then you've got to reverse sweep it. If there's a gap over mid-off and that's where you hit it and they don't change the field, well, keep hitting it there until they change the field. Or as Anthony McGrath said, you want to get something out of every ball. If you get something out of every ball, singles, twos, the odd boundary, you're going to be scoring 8 to 10 and over.
The session is about alcohol awareness. I think it's quite important to say it's not just alcohol, it's addictive behaviours, you know, the lads' mental well-being. Alcohol is the thing that I use to medicate some of my issues, and a lot of other people do the same, but there's also, you know, gambling, food, sex, whatever it might be, all these different outlets.
Really, really powerful session, obviously hearing Fraser's story. You know, a lot of things resonated with the whole group.
You know, it's about discovering yourself, and it's about being a better person, you know, in whatever way, shape or form. Our foundation and my scholarship supported the gambling awareness courses a few years ago, and I'm a great believer in what the PCA does in helping present, past and future players. It was a way of putting something back into the game that looked after me so well, and this is putting some of that finance where cricket lovers have supported my scholarship back into the game.
I think one of the things, obviously, as a sportsman, you do miss out on a lot, and you sort of, when you do have the chance to have a drink or go out with your friends, it feels like a sort of release, but actually realising that that might not be all that it's good for.
Especially with cricket and enjoying successes and having a beer afterwards, I think sometimes it can be missed, sort of the relationships that alcohol impacts, especially at home or with your family. You know, he spoke a lot about regret and waking up the next day, and I think that sort of really hit home.
My big thing is not letting people hit rock bottom. If I can help someone get to a stage where they don't get divorced and lose jobs and marriages and relationships, and they can take a look and go, you know what, I think I need to change my drinking, then that is, you know, more worthwhile than anything else I can do.
It's one of the great benefits we get through the PCA, being educated, being able to hear about other sportsmen's stories. They give us all the opportunity to be able to lead and improve ourselves, so we're very grateful for their support.
So the game needs to move forward and needs to improve, and with the course that you saw today and other things in terms of the way you treat people, the way you deal with people, the way you look at people is very important, and the game needs to move on with that.
afternoon session on day 4 of the county championship match between Essex and Lancashire. The match situation is this: after a superb morning session for the visitors, Essex have been set 340 to win in a minimum of 68 overs on a pitch that was still doing a bit, but not enough to quell the rampaging Lancashire batsmen earlier today. My name's David Brett. Nick Gledhill will join us in about half an hour's time, and with me right now is Scott Reed. Scott.
Hi, David.
Where's your money? Still in your pocket?
In my pocket, as it always is. Yes, unless I'm at the bar, I'm obviously always very first at the bar with a wallet's always out there.
That's the rumour.
Yes, I could confirm that to be the case.
Unsurprisingly, James Anderson is going to open up from the Hayes close end, and probably as what you'll see for quite a few of these matches. When he was warming up during the lunch break, plenty of people standing around getting to see him in action, but we get to see the real thing now. Anderson coming right arm over to the left-handed Brown, number 340 required to win, and Brown leaves that one outside the off stump through to the wicket-keeper, and there's no run. There's 4 slips, a gully, a mid-off, a mid-on, and a mid-wicket, and I presume there's a fine leg somewhere hidden away.
It's quite nice to see that at lunch, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I noticed that I think if you're under 18 you get in for free today, which is quite nice.
Yeah.
Just trying to encourage a few younger cricket fans to come and watch Anderson to cook, as we'll see in a minute, I'm sure.
Yeah, Anderson in now, bowls to Brown, who again leads. Oh, cool, that leapt off a length. Jeez. That flew through to the wicket-keeper. It was a decent length by Anderson, and Brown leaves it, but it absolutely rockets off the pitch through to the wicket-keeper Bell, who's had a superb match so far. First time I've seen him with the gloves, though. Anderson makes his way back to the top of his mark, in no hurry, as is Anderson's one, and he's moving in now under cloudy skies, but no threat, and that one's left alone outside the off stump as well. Good line at the moment, but he's not tempting Brown, which suggests it's probably maybe a few centimetres too far outside the off stump, and if he's trying to get him to have a waft at one, or setting him up to bring one back in. But yeah, bit of cloud about, but it's all light and fairly high in the sky.
Yeah, it's quite nice, isn't it? Actually, we were sat out the front, weren't we, at lunch, and it's quite pleasant outside.
Yeah. Here comes Anderson again, past the umpire, right arm over to the left-handed Brown, who slams his bat down on that one, keeps low, as arrowing in towards the pads, defended away into the leg side, and there's no run. Yes, sorry, I was I'm learning Spanish at the moment, so I was halfway through one of my.
Sorry,
that's okay.
I came nattering in your ear, and you're trying to learn a different language. I want some stupid northerner putting you off trying to learn a new language. Are you quite well advanced in this course?
No.
Right.
I have been learning about 4 months, so I don't feel like I've made much progress. Here comes Anderson, bowls full, and zips through to the wicket-keeper. And again, there's no run. But it is good fun, actually. They do make the courses interesting.
Is it like an app or something then?
Yeah, it is, yeah. And they also do all the speaking to you. You can actually, there's also a podcast which they do, you can download, so you're listening to stories being told in Spanish. So you're basically trying to consume stuff and soak it all up, but it's difficult because you're just trying to get your vocabulary up and learn as many words as you possibly can before you start forming sentences. Here comes Anderson, that's defended into the leg side, and there's going to be a single inside edge down towards fine leg for 1 run. That gets Essex off the mark. 339 required in a minimum of 67 overs now.
Yeah, Anderson and Bailey will be with a new ball here for Lancashire. Lunchtime declaration. Morning session was pretty brutal at times, wasn't it? It was set up, I thought, really well by Jennings and by Bell, and then it was accelerated, wasn't it, by de Grandhomme, who kind of got that going a little bit for Lancashire, and then Hartley took it beyond that.
Yeah, they were brilliant in the mornings. I mean, forget the fact that Essex were down by a bowler. The Lancashire batsman was superb. The only down point was the fact that Jennings didn't get to his 100. He deserved 100, but sacrificed himself for the team.
Yep, looked that way. Out for 96, the Lancashire captain. So Tom Bailey from the City end. It's in a bowling, that's nudged away into the offside by Nick Brown, rather tentatively. Off the back foot, just prodding the ball out, square of the wicket for no run.
It's almost not like letting the ball hit the bat there, just hanging his bat outside the off stump.
So with 4 slips in place, point, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and fine leg for Bailey, who he chipped in with a few, didn't he? I think he got 25 as well in that supporting role with Tom Hartley. Bailey to Brown, that's pushed across Brown and left and through to George Bell. And there's no run.
I think the only positive from that morning session was that Essex didn't have to bat before the lunch period. They slowed it down just enough and just got those couple of wickets, didn't they, when the ground home looked as he was going to take the game well away from them.
Yeah, Shane Snater bowled a 6-minute over, that helped. going up to 1 o'clock.
I mean, there was lots of shining of the ball on the trousers.
Yeah, a couple of starts and stops on the approach. Bailey to Brown. Again, that's left, bowling right arm over the wicket to Nick Brown, and that's angled across him and through to Bell, and there's no run.
From what I've seen over the last 2 days, the pitch doesn't really seem to have changed colour, or I mean, the markings are still the same with the bowler's foot marks as you run through. Doesn't seem to have changed too drastically.
Certainly not from where we're looking at, which is a decent way away.
Oh,
almost little nudge into the onside by Brown. They have just been a little bit late on that and just push it up towards mid-on. There's a few oohs and ahs as he kind of wasn't massively committed to playing forward.
Popped up, didn't it? I was lucky it was just to the left of the bowler on his follow-through. Otherwise, it was a beautiful height for a caught and bowled. Oh, it's West. I didn't realise it was West Ham v Arsenal today.
Here comes Bailey again to Brown. That's defender back down the pitch, and there's no run. That'll be of interest, I presume, for some football fans in this part of the world.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Especially now they've moved to the what's it called these days? The London Stadium, which is just in Stratford. You'd have passed it on your way to London.
Yeah, idea. I suppose if this is, I presume there's quite a lot of West Ham fans around this part.
West Ham, Tottenham, Chelsea, a few Arsenal.
Bailey sent Dame Villas back to the square leg boundary, so he was nattering to the square leg umpire for a little bit, Villas, but now right on the boundary. Again, left by Brown. As Bailey sends that one from over the wicket to Nick Brown, angled across him into the gloves of the keeper. No run, so that's the end of the over. Bailey starts with a maiden, and Essex are 1 without loss.
Here we go. What a lot of the crowd would have turned up to see today. Anderson versus Cook. Sam's been in touch. How good is Tom Hartley? How good is Tom Hartley?
Well, he's clearly very good.
Yeah. Let me tell you, that's definitely a northern sound.
That sounded pretty good.
That lad is going places. Expect to see a 5 for this afternoon because he is the greatest of all time, whatever he does. Tommy, if you ever see this, I love you, man. That's from Sam.
Oh, thanks, Sam. I'm sure he'd appreciate the love.
Absolutely.
We all appreciate a bit of love, don't we, from time to time? Don't want to go over the top with it.
No. We are English after all. bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. Here comes Anderson to Cook. Cook leaves alone outside the off stump. Right arm round to the left-handed Cook. And that goes through to the wicketkeeper. Very attacking field as you might expect at the moment. Plenty of runs to play with, Lancashire. And they'll be keen to wrap this up as quickly as possible. Certainly make a headway into this Essex batting order. It's been brittle recently. Anderson turns at the top of his mark. Oh, by the way, I'll tell you in a second, I was walking at the top end of the ground as Anderson comes running around the wicket up to the stumps bowls, and Cook leaves alone outside the off stump. There's a hell of a party going on somewhere in Hayes Close. I couldn't quite tell whether it was live music or whether someone had the stereo up quite loud, but yeah, it's a hell of a party going on in the back there. I was trying to get over the fence to get involved. But
kind of that barbecue type thing, that type of outdoor party.
Well, I couldn't quite tell. There didn't seem to be a barbecue going, but the door was open and there was music blasting out, so someone's having a good time.
Happy days.
Anderson moving in now. Up to the stumps again. He bowls to Cook, who again leaves it on outside of the off stump. That looks a pretty decent line to me. At the moment, I think Cook's leaving on length.
Great to watch this, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Neither, I mean, the competitive juices are flowing here. Cook doesn't want to get out to him. Anderson desperately wants to get him out. And Cook wants to get him to the boundary.
I think Cook would be happy just to see him off.
Yeah. He's taking a leg stump guard, Alistair Cook. As Anderson comes in again, bowls, and Cook steps in and jabs the bat down on the ball and defends into the offside. And there's no run. 1 for no loss, target 339.
What's that for a target? Is that too much for Essex in 2 sessions? It's a lot, isn't it, to get in 2 sessions?
I think I said to you earlier yesterday, they haven't been good at building first innings totals, Essex, but they have been pretty decent at chasing. Hence the reason they've won they've finished quite well positioned in the county championship over the last few years. But 339 feels like a lot. But we shall see. See how this pitch plays. Here comes Anderson in again to Cook, and Cook leaves alone outside the off stump through to Bell.
Well, if they're going to get somewhere near, as ever with these totals, you need wickets in hand, don't you? It's going to be heading into the last hour with wickets in hand if they're going to get anywhere near chasing down. Kind of pushing it, far off being 5 and over, can't it? That 68 overs and 340 to win.
Yeah, just under 5 and over. Here comes Anderson again, bowls and left thrown outside the off stump, and that's the end of the 3rd over. So Essex, with a minimum of 65 overs, need 339 to win. Yeah, and you know these two probably, well, they're not the sort of players that go slapping the ball about to the boundary, so they are going to try and build a base for those that come later. But it just depends how long it's going to take them to see off. First of all, Lancashire's opening bowlers, then the backups. Take the shine off the ball and then see where they are. But your train could be in danger, mate. I offer decent rates for emergency one-night stays in Essex. Yeah.
Well, bear it in mind. Here's Bailey in and bowling to Brown. That's
grubber.
Yeah, absolutely. Barely ankle height by the time it skids through to George Bell. So he's got 3 slips to his left-hand side, the keeper. Then there's a little bit of a gap to, I think that's Hartley. He's in kind of a gully, so 3 slips and a gully, really. It'll be Wells, Jennings and de Grandon. And then Hartley at gully and Croft at point. And Bohannon at mid-off, quite wide at mid-off. Belly around the wicket this time to Brown. And then just shapes away from the left-hander through into the keeper, no run. Anderson's at mid-on, Velas is at square leg, and Williams is at long leg, signing a few autographs, I think, at the minute. He's reaching over the fence, a little stand with its green seats in, and 2 people reaching forward to pass him something to sign.
Sun's out.
Yay! Bailey to Brown. Oh, that's a good ball.
Beauty.
Beats Brown. Right arm round the wicket to the left hanger, angled in and just moving away enough through to the keeper. Had him kind of groping at that one, did Tom Bailey.
I was going to say, if there's one criticism of the first 3.5 overs, is they haven't made them play enough, but that was an absolute beauty.
Bailey in again to Brown, and gets him pushing on the front foot, just tucks the bat inside the line, but may have done that at the very last moment. Nick Brown,
yeah,
through to George Bell. Instantly looked better bowling round the wicket to Brown than over the wicket and pushing it across him. First few deliveries from around the wicket by Bailey have been terrific and really tricky for the Essex opener to try and deal with. In again. Off the back foot, hammered away for 4. That sounded terrific off the bat, didn't it? The Essex supporters will have enjoyed that, and that have felt good for Nick Brown. Clattered through the covers for 4.
Yeah, sweet sound that. Be a relief for him as well. He's been tested in this over. interesting point. Maybe, I don't know, might have an injury, I'm not entirely sure. And to ask Tom, perhaps if they put him up after the match. Anderson continuing from the Hayes close end, down the slope, bowls, and on his toes, Cook just plays that out into the offside. And it's a dot ball to the man. I'm assuming you still can't use your saliva on the ball. Is that now a permanent fixture?
Oh, I don't know.
Because I see them all taking their caps off and
maybe
using the sweat instead.
Maybe you can't, no.
A really beautiful afternoon now. The sun's starting to come out. There's blue sky above us. Here comes Anderson. Bowls full, but well wide of off stump. And it's a comfortable lead for Cook, who takes a wander to the short leg position. Yeah, wow, blue sky. Who'd have thought?
Well, this would be nice for the Essex batters to look out and see a bit of blue sky and sunshine.
Yeah.
Quite thick cloud cover over the course of the morning session. They want a nice afternoon of batting here, but a lot of work to do.
5 for no loss, 3:35 to win. Anderson bowls, that's straighter, and Cook equal to it, defends into the offside, and it's fielded at backward point. And it's a dot ball. Not many people in the apartments looking out today. I saw a few yesterday, but the community stand away to the left-hand side is fuller. Is it the last day of school holidays today? I
don't know.
I think it probably is.
It's always a horrible feeling, that, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Before going back.
Anderson in, bowls and squares up. Cook a touch on his toes. Just gets his wrists over the ball, guides it into the offside. Fielded again. It's a good little battle, this, between the two Essex openers and the two very adroit Lancashire opening bowlers.
I had a message from Kate Cross to tell me that you're not allowed to use saliva anymore. So yeah, that's... Thank you, Kate.
Anderson in, round the wicket to the left hand. Oh, that's low. That's hit him straight in front and he's out. Yep, that looked pretty adjacent. It kept low, got through Cook's defences, and Essex lose their first wicket. Anderson takes the wicket of one of his best mates, and Cook goes without scoring. Essex are 5 for 1.
See, the first innings, Anderson to Cook, lasted a little bit longer, and it lasted just enough for Lancashire fans to enjoy it and say, okay, off you pop. That was probably over a little bit too quickly for everybody, but Anderson gets his mate again, and it is the wicket, isn't it? And every team in the county championship still wants to get first, try and get Cook out early, and Jimmy's done it again, second time in the match, dismissing Alastair Cook, and he can do no more with the bat. And of course the other thing to throw into the mix with this, albeit it's a little bit potentially later in the day, is the fitness of two Essex players. We've not seen Adam Rossington out on the field for the entirety of Lancashire's second innings, and Sam Cook left the field halfway through an over yesterday, and he's not been seen today. So there's an element of doubt over the fitness of a couple of Essex batters as well.
We haven't seen the replay of that wicket because our connection's gone down, but it looked from up here as if the ball nipped back, and it certainly seemed to keep a bit low, but we can't see the replay at the moment. But Cook gone. Anderson gets his man for the second time in a match, and Essex are 5 for 1, needing another 335 to win. Captain Tom Wesley is the new man at the crease. Right hand, left hand combination mixes things up a bit as well, but Lancashire have been in the ascendancy all day so far today, and they're just turning the screw. In fact, they're going to bring in a fifth slip here. It's good to see. Anderson going to come right arm over to Wesley, the right-handed batsman. 5 slips go down as Wesley defends confidently into the offside, and that is the end of the over. A successful one for James Anderson and Lancashire. Cook out for not scoring, and Essex are 5 for 1 with still 335 left to go. Yeah, beautiful afternoon here if you're in the area and you've got a chance to pop down. Could well be worth it. Lancashire definitely on top at the moment, but who knows which way the game might swing. Bailey is going to continue from the river end relatively short run up for a fast bowler. Right arm round the wicket to the left-handed Brown, who waits for the ball and then just drops it into the offside, full face of the bat, and it's fielded at cover, and there is no run. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. Could be a fascinating afternoon's play. Super Sopper away to my left is looking a little bit lonely. It's been used a hell of a lot over the last 3 days, but not required so far today, as Bailey comes in again, bowls to Brown. That was close to the off stump, left on length, I think, that one. Good leave, you have to say, in the end by Brown. It was close. Bailey walks back to the top of his mark. Remember, it was a minimum of 68 overs Essex had to score the 340 required. We've had 5 overs so far. But, Lancashire will be keen to get as many overs in as possible, or that are needed, as Bailey bowls fuller this time, and Brown covers up, defending again into the offside, and there's no run. Just doing a bit of gardening now. James has been in touch. Another sighting of Luke Wells, and it was in London last night, so he's asking if Scott had seen him. He was probably out with him, wasn't he? Dynamic trio, those lot, Kevin, Scott and Luke. Here comes Bailey again, up to the stumps, in bowls, in thick inside edge. He gets the bat down, that almost sneaked through the defences. Cries of oohs and ahs behind the stumps. Just 3 slips and a gully in for Brown. He was spotted apparently showing off his moves in all the clubs. That's Luke, not Scott. He was moonwalking to bat by Michael Jackson, wearing 1 batting glove and his county cap. Oh, nice move. I don't know if you saw that dance he did when Bailey got his wicket, but he was doing that as well. Anyway, hope he's made it back to Chelmsford. And if you see him strike a pose in the slips, you know why. Best regards. Thanks, James. Full of length from Bailey. And that's left alone outside the off stump. And there's no run. Beautiful afternoon it's turned into now. And quite a healthy crowd. Sure, there's people with plenty of commitments this afternoon, but you can keep listening to us on the move if you download the BBC Sport app. As Bailey, number 8 on his back, trundles in past the umpire, bowls, that's well wide of off stump. Easy leave to finish the over. Oh, that's well wide of off stump, almost didn't hit the cut strip, that one. Notts and Somerset are still in action. Somerset 81 for 5 though, needing 214 to win. Similar situation pretty much that Essex are in at the moment. Score of over 300 to chase down, but Somerset are 5 down in that run chase. Surrey are 26 for no loss, needing 217 to win. As Anderson moves in again, and Wesley comes forward defensively, pushes out into the offside. Yeah, I didn't think Anderson had conceded too many. It was just that 1 run off that first over, wasn't it? Just tickled into the leg side. So he's bowled 3.2 overs, 1 wicket for 1 run, and including 2 maidens. Sterling stuff from Anderson. And Kent have only 4 wickets in hand, needing another 196 runs just to make Warwickshire bat again. So Warwickshire should win that one as Anderson bowls. Again, wide of off stump. It's left alone by Wesley. A lot of work to do here for the Essex captain. Just takes a stride off to Ward's short leg to adjust his pads and his helmet.
Lovely that little spell to Cook, wasn't it? I mean, Cook, one of the greatest batters England have ever produced, and his best mate. He knows exactly what's coming. But even the great Alistair Cook can't keep it out. Jimmy Anderson just ball moves away, one that nips back in, traps him LBW.
Anderson into Wesley, who takes an outside edge. I'm going to give him a little bit of credit there. He kept his hands over the balls, soft hands, went straight down into the ground.
Yeah, I think so, I'm with you, yeah.
Towards 5th slip, but they're on the attack here, Lancashire. So Worcestershire need another 284 runs to win against Durham, but they are 30 for 2, so not a good start for that in the run chase for Worcestershire. And Leicestershire, Derbyshire, well, that's heading for a draw. Leicestershire are 406 for 7 on day 4. Derbyshire yet to bat.
Yeah, a lot of rain in that game, wasn't there?
Yeah. Anderson into Wesley. Oh, hangs his bat out there, takes it away at the very last minute, but I think the ball had already gone past the outside edge of the bat and through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
We've been really spoilt the last few seasons, actually. It's been quite a bit of Anderson bowling for Lancashire at the start of the season, just with the way that the fixtures have worked. Last 3 or 4 years now, he's probably played in at least 3, if not 4, in the opening rounds of games. It's a real treat still to watch him bowl.
Anderson into Wesley. It's left alone outside the off stump. You can hear from the oohs and ahs that the Lancashire slip cordon thought that was very close. Anyway, that's the end of the over. Another maiden for James Anderson. That's 3 out of 4 so far. Essex are 5 for 1 and struggling in their pursuit of 335.
You mentioned, David, you'd not seen George Bell keep wicket yet. He came out with a lovely comment after the, I think it was on the second. Oh no, it was the first day. It was the morning of the evening of the first day when he got 60 odd with the bat, and it was the first time he'd ever kept wicket to Jimmy Anderson. And he said he was more nervous keeping wicket than he was batting. and he described it as like watching art when he was watching Anderson bowl, keeping wicket to Anderson. There's Bailey around the wicket bowls, and Brown in behind it and defends to Anderson at mid-on, and there's no run.
And you would be as well, wouldn't you? So he wouldn't have been born when Anderson made his England debut?
Quite possibly not. No,
Yeah.
he's 20s, Bell. So yeah, there's every chance.
Extraordinary, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Yeah, he was more nervous keeping wicket than he was coming out to bat with Lancashire at 50 for 4. There's Bailey from the City end. And he's into to Brown. Just plays it from the crease. A slight lean forward and gets right on top of the bat, of the bounce of the ball, and deflects it away into the offside. Croft comes up from point to field, and there's no run. Brown comes down the pitch, has a little word. Tom Wesley. Anderson nattering to Tom Bailey on his way back to his mark. Luke Wells with his arms folded at first slip in conversation with Keaton Jennings. Bailey starts again, squad number 8. Shirt out of his trousers. In and bowls. Again forward goes Brown. Solid front foot defence. Ball ricochets back down the pitch. Bailey scoops up and hands it to Bahanam. And he uses the sweat from his forehead to try and polish the ball. And the score remains on 5 for 1. Set for hopefully a good day weather-wise for the rest of the afternoon. I got a little look at the forecast at lunch. It looked fine. Got some sunshine and blue sky now. A lot of batting for Essex to do. Lancashire on the attack here with the ball. As Brown gets forward and angles it down into the ground. And Hartley low to his right at Gully Fields, and there's no run.
Going nowhere fast at the moment, Essex. Just trying to survive this opening spell between Bailey and Anderson. Just giving them absolutely nothing.
Yeah, it's been proper miserly stuff, hasn't it, from the opening bowls. It's been probably what Essex opening batters were expecting. I mentioned a few times that when Lancashire came out to bat, they know what they're going to get when Cook and Porter got a new ball. The same applies to the Essex batters too. Oh, it's a terrific ball that beats Brown. Gets him playing forward. The ball just nibbles away past the seam. Draws him into the shot. I mean, he's not fully committed to it, but he's just leaning to play at the shot, and that ball just nibbles away into the gloves of George Bell from Bailey bowling right on, round the wicket to the left-hander. He's been far better to Brown coming around the wicket than his first spell, or his first few deliveries, which were over the wicket, which kind of angled across, and it allowed Brown to leave quite a lot. He's troubled him from around the wicket. That's nudged away off his pads away to the onside. Picked up by Anderson at mid-on, no run. So, well, it's a reflection of what we've seen so far through the course of the match. And take this morning out of the equation, because Lancashire have got the licence 150 in front to come out and give it a wallop, and they did that in the morning session. That's not been the norm. This game has been about some extremely high quality bowling on both sides. Porter, Cook and Bracewell for Essex. Anderson, Bailey and Williams. They're the the 6 main bowlers that have been outstanding with the ball through the course of the match so far. And Nick's back alongside him.
Yeah, certainly second that. Of course, Cook being taken out of it was a key factor from an Essex point of view.
Anderson in, bowls to Wesley. It's a wide ball which is left and taken by George Bell, and there's no run.
In fact, what we're going to say is the removal of the influence of both Cooks actually during the course of the day, with Sam Cook not being able to take part in the field, and of course Alistair getting out cheaply. So yes, it remains to be seen whether Lancashire will rue just going on that little bit longer than they perhaps needed to, but they're certainly no way out for Essex at the moment in terms of scoring runs.
5 slips waiting. Wesley flicks it off his hip down to fine leg, where Dane Villas fields. Wesley gets a single, and he moves on to, well, he gets his first run actually with that. So he moves to 1. The score moves on to 6 for 1.
I mean, Essex do have 1 or 2 specialists yet. Obviously, Alistair Cook getting out cheaply is a big blow, but Nick Brown, it's his sort of situation. A couple of 20s at Lords, out very cheaply in the first over actually of this game. But can he get himself established here? That would certainly help his cause. There's obviously other possible options at the top of the order.
Around the wicket, Anderson to Brown. That leaves him, and he's taken by Bell, who's skipping across first slip. Catch the ball, and there's no run.
You'll be aware that Paul Water, who successfully had a stint opening alongside Alistair Cook certainly during the brief COVID season, the pandemic 2020. So he'll just need to try and get a good score early, and this will be a fight. Even if it's not a big score, time at the crease would be important here.
Anderson to Brown. That comes back in towards Brown. He gets forward and defends back down the pitch, gathered by Anderson off his own bowling, and there's no run.
And there's Dan Lawrence, of course, who famously saved a game for Essex against Lancashire in right about this time of year, actually, in 2017. We'll have a look at that one.
Remember that? Jimmy played in that game, didn't he?
I think so. Yeah, and Essex, of course, went on to win the title, having, in their first couple of games, not looked like likely contenders. But we'll have a quick look at that one as well.
Yeah, I do remember that. Yeah, he batted really well, didn't he? Batted for a long period of time. Anderson to Brown, he thinks about playing, then pulls the bat away, and through to Bell, no run. And I'm pretty sure Anderson played in that match.
Yeah, we'll have a quick glance at that. But it was quite a famous innings, because Lancashire dominated the game. They dominated today, but I think we can score it as a relatively even game up until this point. Lancashire dominated that game, but Lawrence saved it. So certainly when he comes into bat, we'll talk about that one.
Forward goes Brown to defend this Anderson delivery, which may just have nipped back in. Brings the bat down, keeps it out, gets wood on that. Without it, there's another big appeal from Anderson in the slips. It's the end of the over. Anderson's bowled 5 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 2. Essex is 6 for 1. It was set 340 runs to win. There's 59 overs remaining today.
Yes, maybe Jimmy will have another 1 or 2, or we're getting towards the end of the spell, I suspect. But it's been a fine spell, given nothing away, just exactly as you'd expect. Surrey going along quite nicely. I think Hampshire have fallen short today. They were in a very good position going into the day, but 35 for no wickets. Surrey just needing a further 208 with Sibley and Burns at the crease. And so far no success for Barker or Mohammed Abbas. So here's Bailey with 3 slips waiting. Oh, it's a good off-cutter, leg cutter of that, which beats Wesley outside the off stump as he's pushing at it. And there's a little bit of bounce as well. And was relieved not to see that one go through to either keeper or slips.
Super opening spell, isn't it, from both bowlers? But obviously Anderson gets the extra attention clearly, but Bailey has sent down 4 outstanding overs so far, and a wonderful way to start his 5th.
Certainly would be laying down a marker for Surrey if they can win that game, particularly if they do it comfortably. Defending champions, 3 slips and a fine gully, and this one Wesley's reaching for, perhaps just going a little bit, chasing it a little bit. but in the end relieved to see it go past his bat and on its way through to the impressive George Bell. Yes, it's very much a change of mood this afternoon compared to a morning session that was increasingly dominated by the batting side. Well, here it's just a question of keeping out some high quality bowling and trying from Essex's point of view to get through these 68 overs. This is played defensively from the crease up into the onside. I don't think there'll be many more than that, because I don't think we'll see a lot of spin bowling unless it's deemed to be Hartley's day, of course, which is a possibility, but he might get a bit of a run out. But you fancy that for the remaining 58 overs and 3 balls it will be these two, Williams and de Grandhomme, primarily.
Yes, I would think so, yeah.
Not closing in now on victory against Somerset, who are 89 for 6. Lewis Gregory with 11 wickets in the match. He's going to have to do it with the bat now, as this is a defensive stroke.
I mean, I wouldn't rule out necessarily Hartley having a little say with the ball.
Yeah.
Harmer bowled a bit. He got a little bit of assistance as well from the pitch. So, and of course the lad just come out and smashed his career best score of 70 not out. So it wouldn't be too surprised if Hartley might just have a little say later on, 4th day pitch and all that.
Well, it looks like it's just Gregory's game with the bat rather than the ball. 11 wickets, because he's actually just got out for 12, and that's a big blow for Somerset. 89 for 6. They're not going to get another 200 there, which is what they need. That's played defensively back down the pitch. Head over the ball, and yes, Notts with their bowling, you feel that was going to pose a threat. Duckett's obviously a key man in the early part of the season for him in his new role as county opener as well as test opener, but Somerset with work to do ahead of Lancashire's visit on Thursday. 89 for 6, needing a further 206. But Lewis Gregory just out to Brett Hutton, and Hutton has 3 for 25. Here's Bailey again, bowling. That's just tucks up Wesley slightly as he plays it up towards mid-on. 48 for Wesley at Lords, and he'll be looking for occupation of the crease here primarily. Runs obviously not particularly significant. 6 for 1, and certainly. Yes, Lancashire could have pulled out a little bit earlier. It remains to be seen, how far they get in terms of going through this Essex order. But of course, one point is we've got Rossington and Cook incapacitated to whatever extent. I mean, obviously Sam Cook is not a major batsman, but Rossington obviously in the top 6. It'll be interesting to see A, does he appear, and B, how does he get on?
Yeah, definitely. That's definitely a factor which might come into it. There's potentially 2 players that are. Well, they're certainly not 100% fit, otherwise they would have been out there playing. So that is an element that might come into it a little bit later on. That last Bailey over was another maiden. He's bowled 5 overs, 4 maidens for 4 runs. Tom Bailey. First bowling change does see Anderson being replaced, and Will Williams coming into the attack from the Hayes close end. Still on the attack, Lancashire, understandably so. 4 slips in place. Wells, Jennings, de Grandhomme and Hartley, those 4 slip fielders. So Williams for the first time in this innings, having seen Anderson send down 6 terrific overs to begin with. In and bowls to De Brown, who defends, and there is no run.
Yes, I mean, if Surrey win at the Oval is looking the more likely result, and Lancashire win here, it would mean that Lancashire, Surrey, Essex and Hampshire will have all won one of their first 2 games, and I don't think Notts have got enough strength in depth to sort of threaten, but be a good win for them against Somerset, which it look like they're going to pull off.
Williams in, Brown flicks it off his pads, the first one really he's had on the leg stump to kind of free up his arms and bring the leg side into play, which he does there. Flick of the wrist and the ball bounces out to deep square leg. Brown gets 1 run. Score moves on to 7 without loss. Brown moves on to 6. Brings Tom Wesley on strike. That's Villas with the job of going from fine leg to fine leg for the left-hand, right-hander combination we've got out there at the minute.
It's a tough job for the senior man.
Yeah. Captain for 4 years, Dane Villas, standing down in the winter. So Wesley on strike, Williams in the sunshine running in towards us. Ball's over the wicket, but a wide ball which is left and through to George Bell.
So obviously Lawrence will be playing. We now know Essex are not interested in this target, and Lawrence will be looking to play in that 2017 mode. Critchley, it's not his natural game, but he has occupied the crease well this season. And Lancashire will sense that Essex have a lower order that doesn't quite have the potency of their own in terms of what they were likely to offer with the bat, and it's a question of to what extent they'd be able to hang around if needed.
Williams in to Wesley. Slightly tighter line, but still wide enough for Wesley to comfortably leave it. Shows little interest in playing at that.
And Rossington has got low scores so far this season, so he's obviously not been in batting form, and obviously sustained that injury. So you feel that Lancashire obviously are going to probe away patiently, but I feel that if we get to the tea interval and have got, say, 4 Essex wickets, they'll still be fairly confident.
Short mid wicket, just creeping into position as well as Williams balls to Wesley wide again, left and through to Bell, and there's no run. Yeah, I think so. I mean, I think Lancashire would take that now.
Yeah.
To have Essex 4 down at tea, I think they'll be pretty thrilled with that.
Yes. That's probably about the worst case scenario Essex can afford. Obviously, they'd want to be doing better than that, but given that Alistair Cook is out cheaply already,
it
leaves a lot to do.
Williams' arms pumping back and forth. Wesley with a step down the pitch, defends. Solid front foot, confident defensive shot from Tom Wesley. And Anderson fields at mid-off. No run. End of Williams' first over, which went for a single, and it's 7 for 1.
Robin Stevenson talking about the fact this is the last year of Alistair Cook's contract. Obviously he hasn't yet got going this season, but obviously we know from Cook's panache and his track record there's still plenty of time for him to get going. Who would Essex's reserve opener be? Well, of course, as we mentioned, Walter has opened, and he was in the squad for this match, but not selected. But the fleeting appearances he did make for Essex in all competitions last season were impressive, and of course he really has come on as a white ball player and has been recognised as such in the 100 as Bailey bowls, and that's driven away off the back foot by Brown. No timing, but there's a run, and it goes to 8 for 1. And whereas earlier there were so many runs going around, the scoreboard wasn't able to keep up. The situation now is a run is an event, and the sort of it's is against the run of play when there is one, I think is a fair comment. 8 for 1.
He had a really good 100, didn't he, Paul Walter, last year? Wonder whether he.
Well, I remember we were at Sedbergh, and we noticed he wasn't in the Essex squad with the 50 overs, and that was when we had the announcement about him being, I think, with the Manchester Originals.
That's right, yeah.
3 slips and a gully as Bailey comes up to bowl, and Wesley looks to play a typical shot of his to flick through mid-wicket, but just checks it and plays it out to mid-on, and there's no run. He knows the importance of Essex. It's not a bad result. Okay, it's only 5 points for a draw, but it's not a bad result against one of the top teams in the country. And Essex will know they've done fairly handily when they've travelled to Lancashire in recent seasons, albeit it's Blackpool rather than Old Trafford this time. So a win and a draw would not be the worst start for Essex. Bailey bowls, and that's played off the back foot up towards mid-off, and there is no run. And and our most recent Luke Wells signing coming in from Sean Collinson. Fairly graphic description of where he saw him. But Sean the postie in Torquay, nice to hear from you. I saw him on a campsite in Cornwall. Now, that's a long journey for him if he's on a campsite in Cornwall. Bailey comes into bowl, it's outside the off stump, and it's on its way through to Bell with no shot offered from Wesley. But
if you're new to all this is
yeah, so we'll explain a caveat to our new listeners.
It was on Thursday. There's someone emailed in to say they'd seen Luke Wells in a jacuzzi or something, and then it just snowballed from there. Yes. And we had the most ridiculous, I mean, it's all utter nonsense, but it was really good fun, of sightings of Luke Wells in various places around the country, and around the world, actually, doing various activities, which he himself, told me on Thursday, he found quite funny to hear.
As Bailey bowled, beautiful delivery, and Wesley does very well not to edge this. He's pushing at it. In the end, a little bit of a leg cutter, and it goes past the outside edge, but that was a top piece of bowling. Batted nicely earlier on as well.
He did, yeah.
Good support of Hartley.
Yeah, Hartley obviously got the headlines, but he stuck around well, didn't he, Bailey? He hit a few runs himself, and it was a good contribution, that.
But Lancashire, I say, the Cricketer magazine's pick to win the championship this year. I was just... obviously Lancashire haven't won it outright too many times. As Bailey bowls, this is moving away outside the off stump, and there's no run, so they'd feel that this is a very good time to win it. They won it in about 10 years ago when they played on all the outgrounds, didn't they? Remember rightly? 2011, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't play a single championship match at Old Trafford that year because it was being redeveloped. So they played primarily at Liverpool. I think they played
got a lot of results.
Games at Liverpool. Yeah, one at Southport, one at Blackpool, I think.
Yeah, and that did the job. That was in the era where Sussex were very strong. Just shows how these things come and go. They've made a bright start this year, Sussex.
Williams around the wicket, starts a fresh over. Brown defends a ball that's angled into him from around the wicket, works it to the leg side, no run.
Lancashire batted through the morning session to leave Essex 340, which they're not interested in, 8 for 1. So the number of runs required is almost irrelevant, really. We'll mention it from time to time, but the key figure, which we'll keep you in touch with, is the fact that this is the first ball of 56 overs that we're likely to see for the remainder of the contest.
Which is being delivered by Williams to Brown again. That's angled down through the gully region, down towards the boundary. There's 2 chasing after it. Keaton Jennings just catch up with the ball. And Brown comes back for 2, just played it softly into the ground. There's 4 slips, went to the left of the 4th slip. Comes back for 2. Brown moves on to 9. The score moves on to 10 for 1. There's certainly no indication yet from Essex that obviously those runs are gettable, but having lost Cook early on, and this is really intense period of the game, and Lancashire are bowling really well. Any thoughts about winning hours away, aren't there? There's an awful lot of work to do to be into any position to try and think about winning the match. As he's left by Brown, that gets Lancashire a little bit interested, because the ball, as Bell takes it, just moving 2 or 3 paces to his right hand side, they just have come back in, but after it left the stumps.
Champions 5 times in 9 years, mid to late 20s and into the 30s, Lancashire, and then joint champions in 1950, and then that 2011 success that we mentioned. So they were sort of in a similar category to Hampshire in terms of championship wins in more or less the last century. Hampshire 61 and 73.
Williams around the wicket, bowls left by Brown, no run.
Of course, Surrey dominant in the 1950s, and looking to try and get another era of dominance going, although it had a bit of a false start after they won it in 2018. They found it tough to defend it, but I know that Alex Stewart has said they're not trying to defend their title, they're trying to attack it, which I thought was quite a good line.
It's a kind of classic Alex Stewart line, that, isn't it?
Yes, very strong at the end of the 20th century and start of the 21st, 99, 2000 and 2002.
Williams to Brown, just nudged away off his leg stump out towards Velas at square leg, but for no run.
Right, just in this relatively quiet period, I was just meaning at some point when it was relatively quiet, just to have a look at, we will mention that Dan Lawrence game, just 1 or 2 of the games between these 2 sides here in recent years. And and one that one of the umpires will remember very fondly, coming up in just a moment.
Williams bounces his way back in, bowls again. It's foolish ball, wide of off stump, and left by Brown, and through to George Bell. That's the end of the over from Will Williams. Just a couple off it, the ones that were nudged away to square leg. Sorry, they run down to third man, weren't they, for two? So that leaves Essex on 10 for 1, Brown on 9, Wesley on 1. It's the end of the 13th over of the Essex second innings.
1996, an era when pitches generally at Chelmsford were flatter than these days. Essex 509 centuries for Gooch, Grayson and Stuart Law. And Glenn Chappell was playing in that game, got a couple of wickets. Ian Austin got 5. And in reply, Lancashire 686, Titchard 163, Graham Lloyd's 241 from 187 balls with 25 fours and 12 sixes. And I saw part of it, and this is a delivery which is from Bailey, which is outside the off stump, and there was sort of audible desperation in the field from Essex, where there was a possible catching chance, and you heard, for goodness, I won't say the exact phrase, but for goodness sake, catch it. It all got very desperate, but the pair put on 358 for the fourth wicket before Graham Lloyd was finally out to Ashley Cowan, and that's his career best. Graham Lloyd. Bailey with 3 slips in the gully, short mid wicket in, bowls to Wesley, and it's played defensively up towards mid on. There's no run. So again, all being very quiet in terms of the scoring. Essex with no interest in this target of 340. This is the 14th over being sent down. 10 for 1, and 9 for Brown and 1 for Wesley, with as you can deduce from that, Alistair Cook out therefore for naught to James Anderson. Essex 229 for 6 in a drawn game. This is just flicked away off the pads. Nice looking shot here from Wesley, just a little bit of an exit or a little bit of a relief shot if you like, and he gets through for 3 as it's gathered in just short of a deep mid wicket boundary. And well, that is a definite spurt in the scoring, goes to 13 for 1.
Nice shot, wasn't it?
Yeah. But Essex will sense that when you're playing these other sides that could be in contention, even with just 5 points rather than 8 for a draw, still important, particularly with so few batting points knocking around, that you don't lose.
It's a kind of a repeat of what we saw last Sunday, but with Lancashire in the Essex position having to bat and save the match on the last day. 4
slips waiting, and Brown comes forward and plays defensively to Bailey, and it rolls up just past the stumps at the bowler's end, and it's gathered in at mid-on, and there is no run. Josh Bohannon, of course, who was very much to the fore on that occasion, got a century, didn't he?
He did, yeah. Yeah, Croft and Bohannon batted through the entire afternoon actually on the 4th day to basically make the game safe for Lancashire. I'm sure they were talking about trying to win the match, but 440 on the last day is quite a bit.
Bailey bowls, and this is played nicely off the back foot by Brown for 2. He's often, when he's on real form, he'll time that away for 4. It was a little bit of a clunky sound off the bat, but it's a strong scoring area for him, and he's got a couple of runs out towards the extra cover boundary. 15 for 1, a little bit of relief for Essex in this over. Bailey just not quite got the metronomic line and length that he had been able to establish hitherto. That game between these two sides 6 years ago was played between the 7th and 10th of April, so even earlier in the season than this one. And this is just played defensively by the left-handed Brown up towards mid-on. The end of Bailey's over. 4 to Wesley and 11 on the board to Brown. 15 for 1 with Cook out for naught. Forget about the target, it's all about the number of overs left, and it's 54 on the board.
What did Lawrence get in the end in that match?
So Lancashire 319, Dane Villas 74. Just looking to see how many players survived. Steve Croft survived 48, he was there. Chandlerpool was in that side. James Anderson played and was 13 not out, one of his highest scores for Lancashire, I suspect. 319 all out. Essex 159, bundled out by Anderson, 3 for 56. Jarvis opened with
Yeah, Kyle Jarvis.
Kyle Jarvis, right, thank you. 2 for 49. Steve Parry, 3 for 29. 3 for 28 actually, getting in the wickets there as well. McLaren, that'd be Ryan McLaren, wouldn't it? A couple there, 2 for 19. And then Essex, a long way behind, forced to follow on. In fact, no, what happened was that they Lancashire batted again, 317 for 3 with Alex Davis 140 not out. And then Essex with an absolute mountain of runs for, a completely impossible target, over 450. They got through in the end to 316 for 6.
Williams to Wesley, first ball of his fresh over is left by the Essex captain, no run.
Now, Brown played in that game, made 18. Wesley also 61, and Darren Lawrence 141 not out from 333 balls with 18 fours. Simon Harmer, another survivor. Wow, is that his first match for Essex? I wonder. And Jamie Porter, a survivor from that game as well.
Yeah, I did remember that innings from Lawrence, and he withstood everything that Lancashire threw at him, including from Anderson. Wesley driving away into the offside for runs here, just in front of square. Bailey will catch up with it. Wesley certainly will add 2, and it'll just be a couple for Wesley. So he moves on to 6. The score moves on to 17 for 1.
And that was an important. I just got the feeling it seems very early to be the second game. It started on the 7th of April, but I just have a memory of Essex playing at Lords, as they did this year, right at the start of the season. So I'm going to look that up to see which game came first.
Lancashire couldn't have started the season earlier than the 6th of April.
No. It might have been the Lords game was afterwards, because that was quite a famous game in itself.
Williams to Wesley, wide and left. 3 to Bell, no run.
Yeah, there was a slightly uncertain start to the season for Essex in terms of, you wouldn't have marked them down as potential future champions, but that draw against Lancashire just sort of laid down a bit of a marker of resistance, really, as much as anything else. And it helped to establish Dan Lawrence, who'd got 150 odd at the Oval. He was only 17 at the time, so it was, helped to establish him.
Halfway through the Williams over, this is his 4th ball. Again, just a little bit too wide. Not quite got it right here, Will Williams, who has been kind of renowned since he joined Lancashire for his kind of accuracy, nagging line and length, but just not perhaps quite just on it at the minute. Wesley able to leave an awful lot, which had been wide of off stump. Still just searching perhaps for a little bit of rhythm from the Hayes close end. Can't be easy following Jimmy, can it, after such a brilliant start from that far end. Into Wesley. Oh, that turns him round a little bit. That may have just come back in a fraction. That's a better delivery from Williams. Wesley defending. Ball disappears up towards Anderson at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yes, that game at Lords came afterwards, actually. Middlesex made 507 for 7, declared with the first 3 batsmen all making hundreds, Robson, Gubbins and Eskenazi, and I always thought they should have gone on and got a few more, because they came out slogging after one of the breaks, and they could have absolutely buried Essex under a mountain of runs. Essex 295 all out. And
Williams to completely over balls. That's worked to the leg side by Wesley. They'll come back for a couple. He may have timed it well enough for 4. Now Villas will sweep round from fine leg to deep square to field. 2 added to the total. It's the end of the over as well, 19 for 1.
Yeah, Lawrence made 75 in that, and Middlesex with a lead of just over 200 decided to bat again. Declared at 239 for 3, and Essex escaped 160 for 8. But Middlesex's game management, I think, was called into question on a couple of cases there. They could have done a little bit better in terms of trying to provide victory. But yeah, that was the interesting start to 2017 for Essex, and got out of trouble a couple of times, and went on to establish themselves, of course, and eventually becoming champions, having just been promoted after quite a long time in Division 2. BBC Essex and BBC Radio Lancashire, and online via the BBC Sport app. This is Nick Leadhill with Scott Reed and David Brett, and this is Tom Bailey bowling to Nick Brown in a situation where runs aren't important for Essex. It's about occupying the crease. But since Alistair Cook has got out for naught, these two have done that pretty well. 19 for 1, with 11 to Brown and 8 to Wesley. The target is another 321, but we can forget about that. It's about the number of overs that remain, which is 53, including the ball that's just been sent down. And yeah, it's certainly a situation where there's only two possible results now. Bailey bowls, and that's angled down, goes past third slip, probably go away for 4, being chased back. The outfield obviously isn't that quick because of all the rain, but it's still quick enough for Brown to get 4 there. He still got away pretty well. And after those couple of 20s at Lords, just a chance to play a long innings in terms of time, even if not weight of runs, which will be important for the side. And who knows, we've just been talking about the famous Dan Lawrence game in 2017, David, where Lancashire were denied victory by an Essex rearguard, and of course went on to have great things in that season. So maybe the value of a draw can be... oh, that's an LBW. That is LBW. It kept very low indeed, and Brown had no chance. It was a delivery from Bailey that was right on line, and must have hit him round about boot height, and he had absolutely no chance there. Now, if the pitch is going to start to behave like that, then that will encourage Lancashire, because put it this way, it wasn't doing much this morning, but although generally speaking there have not been too many alarms for the batsman, that was just hook, line and sinker LBW. I think it was a pretty quick one for the umpires to decide, but the ball did keep notably low. Unfortunately, we haven't got the replay available to us, but Brown, I think, had absolutely no chance with that. And just when Lancashire would have been thinking, oh, we'd like to get a breakthrough fairly soon, they've got one. 23 for 2. Brown is out for 15, and Wesley has 8.
Yeah, like you said, absolutely no chance there. Ball kept so low. Just had to be hoping that it wasn't on the line of the stumps, and unfortunately for him, it was straight. Barely hit him above the ankle, I would have said. Couldn't get the bat down in time, and umpire just had the simplest of decisions. Essex lose their second wicket. Like you say, runs aren't important at the moment. They're just trying to survive until the end of the day, but they need a bit more luck than that. And another rearguard action from Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, it's going to be that sort of mode. Now, of course, he's a man in form, as is Critchley, so this is the encouragement for Essex. The downside would be the thought of Lancashire getting more than 2 more wickets for tea. We were talking with Scott, he thought Lancashire would be delighted to have 4 at tea. I think if they have 4 at tea, they're going to be in a pretty strong position, because obviously you've got injury with Rossington, and a slightly longer lower order for Essex. So important times here. Here's Bailey coming in to bowl to Lawrence, and he comes forward and plays defensively, head over the ball up towards mid-off, and there's no run. So
yeah, the balance of Essex's batting on, I'm not quite right at the moment.
I think that the key thing for me is that obviously Rossington injured at the moment, but in an ideal world they wanted batting at 7, I think, particularly in the context of he's a very good white ball performer, but is he going to get enough runs like Bell is getting as a keeper at 6? Now this is that keeps low as well, and the inside edge from Lawrence to Bailey, and rolls out towards mid wicket, and there's no run. But they want to try and play 4 seamers, and I guess what I like is the Lancashire model, where the 4th seamer is also a number 6 batsman in de Grant. Well, de Grantham's actually coming in at 7, but he could come in at 6, couldn't he, with a test record of close on 40, and that's a really nice balance to the side. And Essex obviously were looking for that with the potential signing of Will Sutherland, who I think would have batted at 6 had he been able to join Essex. 3 slips on a gully, that's where he was batting for Victoria, and that's played up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So a successful over for Bailey. I thought he might have been just coming towards the end of his spell, but he might just carry on a little bit longer. Interesting to see if Anderson does get switched to this end, or whether de Grantham's comes on. 23 for 2, and it's all about the number of overs left. 52 overs left, and 8 to Wesley, and no score to Lawrence, with Cook 0, Brown 15 out.
Could be a long final session for Essex. If they don't lose any more wickets, they'll be hanging on for dear life, you would have thought. Lancashire will want to bowl all the overs they possibly can to try and get those wickets, because of the gap between what you get for a draw and what you get for a win these days.
Yes, it's obviously only 5 points for a draw, but still, the importance of not losing and denying the other side 16 points at this stage of a season, very important. See, particularly in the context of you're not going to get many batting points with these new rules.
As that goes flying past the outside edge, close, as Wesley prods away. Flies through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Very close that. Again, it kept relatively low. Perhaps in fact, the two batsmen are doing a lot of guarding out there. They're under pressure here.
Yeah, it's hard going. But Essex shaded the first day, Lancashire shaded the second. You just about say that yesterday was equal, a short day.
Williams in, bowls, that's a drive by Wesley. Right arm over to the right-handed back, doesn't quite beat the man at mid-off. And there's no run.
But as I say, personal view is that partnership towards the back end of Friday, towards the end in very difficult batting conditions, Keaton Jennings involved in that one, and alongside Josh Bohannon, very important indeed for Lancashire should they go on to win.
Williams down the slope, bowls well wide of off stump. That's an easy leave for Wesley. He's got a lot of work to do as the Essex captain. Probably say these next 2 wickets, the 2 at the crease, plus Critchley to come, is the game for Essex.
I should say in that 2017 season, in between the Lancashire game and the Middlesex game, there was a success at Taunton when they beat Somerset by 8 wickets, and on that occasion it was Alistair Cook who was very much to the fore.
Williams again bowls well wide of off stump. That's an easy leave for Wesley. No run.
Because they'd been bowled out for 129. This is part of the uncertain start to a 2017 season when they were bowled out for just 129 and surrendered a first innings lead of 80 to Somerset. Cook made 52 in that innings, and then after Somerset were bowled out for 174. Essex with that target, 257 for 2, 8 wicket win. Cook 110. And Wesley 86 not out, so that was their first win of many in that 2017 season.
Williams gliding across a lovely lush green outfield. That's on the thigh of Wesley. He just whips that away down towards fine leg for a single, 24 for 2.
But obviously things fairly quiet. You're welcome to get in touch if you'd like to. bbcessexcricket@gmail.com. Obviously only 2 results possible here, but we may have to go quite a long way into the final session before knowing which of the 2 it's going to be.
Essex will be looking for a handshake at 5 p.m, but they've got a lot of work to do before they get there. Lancashire won't be wanting to give up that easily. It's a lovely Sunday afternoon, the sun weaving its way in between the clouds above. There's some vapour trails from some of the planes that have been zigzagging across the sky, and Essex holding on here, 24 for 2 as Williams bowls. That's an easy leave for Lawrence outside the off stump, and there's no run. End of the over, 17 bowled so far, which means there's a minimum of 51 left to be bowled in the day. 8 wickets required for Lancashire, 316 runs for Essex, which is, well, unless something absolutely amazing happens, is out of the equation.
Yeah, as I was saying earlier, I felt Lancashire could have pulled in a little bit earlier. Obviously they did get a lot of runs for certainly a lot of that second hour, but it may prove to be that it's inconsequential if they were to win comfortably, but if it goes right down to the wire, it could become significant, because certainly Essex will be nowhere near his 340. Here's Bailey carrying on with 3 slips and a gully, bowls. That's just played off the back foot by Wesley up towards mid-on, and there is no run. So Well, this chasing 5 batting points is getting fashionable. Now, you need a game that's completely destroyed by the weather to be tempted to do it. So Warwickshire did it against Kent, knowing that it would be perfectly safe because there's no chance of Kent winning. And Leicestershire have done it against Derbyshire, 450 in 110 overs. But you need it to be a 3-day game maximum, it seems to me, for it to be something that's really worth chasing because of the risk factor. This is played up towards mid-wicket and there's no run. It's 24 for 2, and it's a bit of a free hit for Leicestershire because obviously they, the game is in its final day and it's still the first innings of the match. But anyway, they've done it. 451 for 9 declared against Derbyshire, and a jolly good start to a season for Leicestershire.
Do you think they'll give it a couple of seasons and then reassess?
I think they might only give it one season if it proves to be, make the batting points rather redundant. I mean, it's this time of year particularly, as Bailey comes into bowl and played away between mid-wicket and mid-on for a single. In fact, they think of a second and they're going to go for it. Dive across at mid-wicket, couldn't stop it from Villas, and once it has got through him, it turned out that there would be 2 runs available. So Northants have beaten Middlesex by 7 wickets, and not so very close to victory now against Somerset, who have got problems with their batting. 115 for 8, and Jack Leach has got a long time to block this one out. He's at the crease at the moment. They need a further 180 to win. 115 for 8, 3 to Patterson, 3 to Hutton, 2 to Broad. Here's a good delivery, and is it a play and a miss, or is it been edged? No. The umpires decided that there's no edge there from Westley. He was interested in that one for a while, but no edge, and Bailey denied a second wicket. Certainly that one provoked a bit of interest, very close to the outside edge from Tom Bailey, who's bowled unchanged from this river end. So Nottinghamshire look like they are going to join the list of teams starting the season with 1 win from the first 2 games. That'll include Surrey, I think. 52 for no wicket, just needing a further 191 to beat Hampshire, who won their first game. Bailey bowls. Just played off the back foot and just goes past Bailey, and it's picked up at mid-off, and there's no run. Kent hanging on. In fact, their middle order have done a pretty good job after the collapse this morning. 141 for 7. But it's actually Ben Compton, who of course was such a key man for them last year, and 60 not out from 144 balls. But the middle order, particularly Jordan Cox, have given a bit of support there, and Joey Everson as well, 24 not out. So a bit of a partnership taking shape there for the 8th wicket. Those two have so far added 42, Compton and Everson. You would think Warwickshire are still going to win this game, but Kent putting up some resistance this afternoon.
Bailey in, right arm over to the right-handed bat, and that's defended back down. Sorry, Nick, I just...
No, not to worry. It's the last ball of the over. 26 for 2. 314 more required, which we don't need to pay too much attention to. Wesley 21, Lawrence no score. 26 for 2, and a further... Just looking at the overs left there, I think it's 50 overs, and it won't be more than that. Tea at 3:40. So that will be a fixed time tea break. But I don't think we're going to get any extra overs in. If we do see a bit of Hartley, it probably won't be too much.
Williams continuing from the Hayes Close. I wonder if that party's still going on in one of the houses at the far end of the ground. Anyway, 4 slips in. Williams right arm over to the right-handed bat, and that's a thickish outside edge from Lawrence. Run down towards deep backward square leg. The 4th slip goes chasing, and it's just a couple to the total. 28 for 2, and Essex require 312 to win. Out of the equation. Someone going through some warm-ups. Is it Anderson? Anderson might be coming back on. No, that's not Anderson. I think that's probably just Bailey going through. In fact, Anderson...
Expect to see de Grant home at some point.
Anderson is going through some warm-ups, but just at mid-off. Williams in again, bowls. That's an easy leave for Lawrence. So for a man in some form, took a big stride outside the off stump and just allows it to go through to the wicket keeper. BBC Essex Cricket at gmail.com if you want to get in touch with us. You listen to us on BBC Essex, BBC Radio Lancashire with myself, David Brett, Nick Ledhill and Scott Reed will be joining us in about 15-20 minutes time.
And Stephen Donoghue in Sydney, Lancashire fan in Sydney, enjoying the live stream. Switched to listening to the radio coverage online via BBC Sport soon, because it's around about midnight there. Reckons that Matt Parkinson should be picked for every championship match he's available for. I guess the way Hartley's batted, it's going to be a tricky one for Lancashire if they only want to play one spinner, which obviously they wanted to do on this particular occasion.
Williams in, bowls again just wide of off stump. He's just lost his line a little bit over the last 6-7 balls. Unless they're trying to drag Lawrence across the crease to get the one to nip back in.
So Essex just looking to bat time here, and it remains to be seen whether, obviously Lancashire didn't particularly want to take risks, whether there might have been an option just to dangle something at Essex with a declaration, a little bit earlier.
Williams in, bowls, and again leave outside the off stump. 4 slips of gully, a mid off, mid on, mid wicket, deep backward square leg, and I assume a fine leg somewhere hidden away down beneath us.
So Stephen reckoning that there would have been something for Parkinson to work with on the last day. Interesting to see if we see Hartley bowling later on. But yeah, I'm sure he'll play a part as the season goes on. But my word, what a contribution from Hartley with the bat.
Full, clipped in the air, just wide of the man at mid-wicket. It was uppish, it was a diving right-hand attempt. Just out of reach, and Lawrence gets away with on there. Toe into the bat, I feel, with that one. Just looped up in the air. He gets a couple of runs for it, but fortuitous runs. And Lawrence has just taken his gloves off here. I think he's just adjusting his pads. Toe into the bat, though, and almost a chance.
Earlier, Sam Whiteman, who's joined Northants, the captain of Western Australia, who I think won the Sheffield Shield, didn't they, beating Victoria. Unbeaten 60 as Northants beat Middlesex by 7 wickets earlier today.
Williams in again, bowls full, and that's driven through the offside, slightly edgy again, but this one along the floor. He's going to get a couple of more runs for it, Lawrence. Fielder from gully chasing out towards the deep cover boundary. 32 for 2, and that is the end of the over. 19 gone.
And if you're just joining us at 3 o'clock, we had a torrent of runs this morning, particularly in the second hour, as Lancashire took advantage of an Essex attack, missing Sam Cook, who went off yesterday with muscle tightness. And it was a great batting performance. Keaton Jennings playing in the team's cause, hold out for 96, just missing out on his first 100 of the season. George Bell put on 100 with Jennings for the 5th wicket. And again looked to be very capable. Indeed, his second 50 of the match. He was LBW to Harmer before Harmer removed Jennings. And then I thought a really pivotal moment was the first ball faced by Colin de Grandtram, which was a really ugly swipe at Harmer. We're not quite sure how it didn't bowl him, or it wasn't stumped, or even possibly caught behind, but nothing happened. He was still at the crease. He got 38 from 31. During that period, Tom Hartley was playing second fiddle to him, but when de Grandtram got out, Hartley, making his second career best of the match, really exploded into life. 73 from 50 balls with 5 sixes and 7 fours, and an unbroken stand for the 8th wicket, which was worth 81 in just over 8 overs, with Tom Bailey, who made 25 from 22 balls. It is Jimmy Anderson, with 3 slips and a short mid-wicket, in fact 2 short mid-wickets as he bowls. Oh, and Wesley here just playing at that one. It hits the bottom of the bat and rolls down towards Bell behind the stumps. It's an interesting one. It was moment of uncertainty there. Maybe another case of a ball keeping low from this river end. So we've got 2 short mid wickets in, a mid on, sort of extra cover, a backward point, a long leg on the boundary, 3 slips, and that's played nicely by Wesley for probably 2. They decide against the second run because in the end the fielding is completed by Will Williams, who gets across quickly from long leg towards deep backward square, prevents the second run. 32 for 2, though runs incidental at the moment. It's can Lancashire take another 8 wickets in the 48 overs and 4 balls that are going to be left to them. Jimmy Anderson looking to make as big a contribution as he can. He's already got 1 very important wicket, of course. First Surrey wicket down at the Oval. 57 for 1. Rory Burns caught by Vince. I imagine it'll be in the slips off Kyle Abbott for 35. That brings in Ollie Pope, who was close to 100 in the first innings. Has a great record against Hampshire. Hampshire need a couple of wickets there before tea to have a chance. 186 more needed by Surrey, and 46 overs to go. So no problem really with the. You would have thought no great problem with the run rate at a place like the Oval. 2 short mid wickets in, as that's played off the back foot. Lovely shot for at least 2. That's the best shot we've seen in this innings, I think. Lovely classy shot from Lawrence. Back foot force gets it away for 2. Takes his score to 8. And it's 35 for 2 on BBC Essex and BBC Radio Lancashire and via the BBC Sport app. Somerset are 9 down at Trent Bridge. So here's Anderson coming into bowls outside the off stump, and there's no run. And Paul, Essex fan in greys, enjoying the commentary. Let's hope Essex can hang on for a draw, as rain isn't going to help today. No, to be honest, it did help Essex yesterday, because they would have been in even more serious trouble. If they do get out of this with a draw, they'll be looking back at the fact that time was taken out of the game yesterday. Essex need to sign a world-class numbers 3 or 4 batter in the ilk of Pujara or David Milan. Anderson bowls, that's outside the off stump, left alone by Wesley, if they're going to challenge for the championship, as the batting currently isn't strong enough. Rossington, obviously a very good white ball player, but not yet scoring enough in red ball for Essex. And you were just questioning the selection decision between Ben Allison and Shane Snater, because Allison is arguably stronger with the bat, and I think obviously Snater probably isn't going to bat much higher than sort of ideally number 9, as that's outside the off stump, whereas Allison potentially has got could bat a bit higher than that. That one left alone by Wesley. So that's an interesting point, Paul. Obviously Snater has his moments. I mentioned Trent Bridge a couple of years ago when Sam Cook had an enforced absence, and I wonder whether history might repeat itself at Canterbury next week. Yeah, Ben Allison, hopefully, obviously the signing of Bracewell might have an impact on his appearances, but equally if Cook is not available, he might get another chance very quickly. And do we have a fire alarm in the commentary box where the batteries need changing, as it seems to bleep every so often? Don't think we do. I don't. And I think we can sometimes be notifications of emails coming through, but I think I've turned mine off, so hopefully that's not going to discomfort you too much, Paul. But thank you very much for that.
No one contacts me, so it definitely ain't my phone.
3 slips, still with 2 short mid wickets in.
Here comes Williams, bowls, and that's left alone outside the off stump. I can't quite tell. Good to get Scott's point of view here, but Williams is bowling very, very wide of that off stump, and I don't know if he's lost his line or he's just trying to drag the batsman across. But just have the last couple of overs.
Might be tactical. See if he can just induce a full shot. It's not offering a lot for the bowlers, the pitch. And, maybe it's a blueprint for the sort of wickets that we might see at Chelmsford this season, which have been produced a more even contest between bat and ball rather than the ultra batting friendly or ultra bowler friendly ones we've been used to.
Williams in again. He got those 3 mid wickets all in place, and that's a little dabble outside the off stump, a little closer to that off stump from Williams. Yeah, there's 3 mid-wicket, so there's a short mid-off, a short mid-wicket, and a slightly squarer short mid-wicket, and they're all within about, I would say, 10 yards of each other, right in the batsman's eye line.
In which case you'd be expecting something
more middle,
straightish, yes. Yeah. See if it's flicked away in the air. Short mid-on.
Which is where they almost had Lawrence caught, wasn't it, in the previous over. Here comes Williams, full this time, and again outside the off stump, and open face the bat, run down towards third man, but it's only a single. 36 for 2, and game's quietened down a touch after that. Well, from Nick Brown's point of view, an unfortunate dismissal. Ball kept very low, probably just above ankle height, if that. It was unfortunate because slightly earlier on in the innings, when Bailey was bowling over the wicket across the left hand, as a one Simba kept low, but it was going well wide of off stump. This one was straight on the stumps. As next delivery down the leg side, a stifled appeal from Williams, but no one else is interested.
And we've got David from Lucca, L-U-C-C-A.
That's Croatia, isn't it?
Medieval city in Tuscany.
Oh, Tuscany.
And he hasn't seen Luke Wells there, but he says he thinks this game is going to be a draw, and that's obviously the best that Essex can get. Scott will tell us if how he sees it going. I think Lancashire could do with at least one more before tea. Be a very useful partnership to break this. If they get 2, then they'll be right on top.
Williams in again. 3 slips go down, and he bowls to the right-handed Lawrence, and that's left alone outside the off stump, and there's no run.
But yeah, it won't be, if Essex can get this draw here, it won't be a bad start to the season by any stretch of the imagination, and it might be a result that they can look back on as the season goes on, as indeed was the case in 2017, but still a lot of work to do before then.
Here comes Williams, up to the stumps again, bowls, that's down the leg side. I think that's come off the pad. It's going to be runs, whether it's going to be off the bat or byes, we shall see. I think it's going to be byes, a couple of byes to the total, 38 for 2.
It's a fixed 340, isn't it?
And Essex, well, they still require 302. They're not going to get that in a minimum of 48 overs. But things just quietened down a touch, despite the fact that Jimmy's back on. Scott's back on as well. Welcome back, Scott.
Hey, David. Yeah, intriguing little period this, isn't it? When Will Williams first came into the attack, first few balls he sent down, in fact the first over or 2 he sent down, I thought he's not quite got this right. He's bowling quite wide, he's not quite got his line right, unusual for Williams. But I think this is clearly part of a strategy, isn't it? Because this is not, he's constantly kind of bowling wide outside off stump. But first I thought he just not quite got it right. But they clearly work into a plan when Williams is bowling from that far end. The 3 short mid wickets right at the end of that last over were quite intriguing for Williams.
Anderson up to the stumps, and he bowls. That's down the leg side, taken by the wicketkeeper. Stifled appeal again. Just the 2 short mid wickets in now. Mid on back to a regulation position. So you've got 3 slips, a point, mid off, mid on, those 2 short mid wickets, and a man down at fine leg.
De Grandhomme's twirling his arms around at 3rd slip. I wouldn't rule Hartley out neither, having perhaps a role to play, and maybe an important role to play with the ball, maybe after tea. Got options as Keaton Jennings.
Anderson, 9 on his back, up to the stumps, bowls right arm over to the right-handed bat, and that's again just wide of off stump, and it's a comfortable leave. The more of those that Essex see, the more relieved they'll be.
2 down at tea is not the worst outcome, is it, for Essex? If they can get there, there's obviously quite a bit of batting to go yet, but 2 down at tea, I think they'd be pretty happy with that.
Absolutely, particularly after losing Cook so early on.
Yep. 8 to get in the final session feels a lot, doesn't it? For even on a pitch that, apart from this morning when Lancashire were clubbing it about a bit, it's been quite tricky to score and to survive.
Anderson kicking his heels up to the stumps. Oh, gets one to lift off. There's a appeal for caught behind, and the umpire says no. Everyone goes up and trying to buy a wicket there. That took off though as well, didn't it?
Did.
So we've had a couple that have kept low, a couple that have took off the length. We've got some heavier cloud cover now as well. It was quite high earlier, light and high earlier this morning. Then it cleared, and now we've got a few heavier clouds about. I don't think there's any threat of rain, but it is filling in a little bit.
It is nice outside. I've just been outside for a little bit of fresh air, and plenty of people with the short sleeves and the hats on, enjoying a few beers as well. It's lovely.
Yes.
Nice afternoon to watch cricket.
Probably for the first time. I was going to say summer, what are we, sort of mid-spring so far? It's felt like winter for the last month or so. Anderson in bowls, and that's got Wesley on his toes, just playing defensively into the leg side. Yeah, it's got the t-shirt and shedded 2 layers. It's actually nice to get out and walk about, because with this job you don't quite realise something. You end up sitting down for almost 8 or 9 hours in the day.
That's true. I'm not going to have a slice of lemon drizzle cake.
I was going to ask, no, going something different or not at all today?
No, I'm going not at all today.
Anderson bowls Fuller. Oh, and that's just kept out by Wesley. He gets his bat down, but it wasn't convincing. It's come off the inside edge of the bat onto his pad and squeezed out into the leg side, almost through his defences.
Annie's Pantry have been doing a lovely selection of homemade cakes. And I spoke to, I'm presuming it's Annie herself I spoke to yesterday. Well, she's the one certainly doing the baking. And I said that your lemon drizzle cake has been lovely. I've enjoyed having a slice every day this week.
Anderson over the stumps to Wesley, and that's left alone outside the off stump. End of the over, there is 22 overs gone, which means there's 46 minimum left in the day, and that huge bumblebee has made its way back in again. Sorry, back to Anne's pantry.
She says she's baking 25 cakes a day for this match.
Man,
I know.
What's she going to do at the height of the summer?
This is it.
25 cakes a day.
There was orange drizzle cake as well on offer, but I don't know, I just didn't trust the idea.
We were chatting about that yesterday. Yeah, it doesn't seem right, does it? But who knows?
But I'm not gonna. I can't have one every single day for 4 days. I mean, that's excessive, isn't it? So I'm going to decline the option of the drizzle cake, which has been lovely. Williams is going to be replaced, and de Grandon coming into the attack from the Hayes Close end of the ground. It's a little burst from Will Williams. And now de Grandon to replace him. But it's proving to be very popular. It wasn't just the lemon drizzle cake, there was the orange drizzle cake. And she said on the first day, because it was Lancashire, she baked Eccles cakes.
Oh, nice
quite
touch.
Sweet. Yeah, lovely. Some chocolate brownies in there as well. Oh, thinking about it, I might have one, you know.
Well, after all our chat of the curry yesterday, I got up early this morning, went for a walk, and then got home and cooked myself a curry for tonight when I get home.
Don't blame you. De Grandin bowling, left by Lawrence, through to Bell, and there's no run. So they've still got these 3 short mid-wickets in play, so kind of short mid-on and 2 short mid-wickets. 3 slips still, so obviously trying to conjure something up here, Lancashire. De Grandin's first ball's wide of off stump, so perhaps continuing the approach from Williams, thinking that they're trying to work something out here. Again, another wide ball, so de Grandin sending down something similar to what Williams did.
So what is the tactics here? A full stroke, or trying to get one to nip back in?
Don't know. So I'll try and bring those 3 catches in play, don't you, on the leg side? But 3 slips, 3 short catches.
They're bowling so wide, the batsmen are going to have to play an audacious shot. One of the Kevin Peterson flamingo shots from well outside off stump.
De Grandin in, balls. That's a little tighter. Lawrence does have to play.
Yeah, that's better. Bradders has been in touch, so Nick's been talking about the 2017 match, which I think...
It's when Lawrence got runs.
That's right, yeah. The match versus Lancashire in 2017 that we've been referring to was Simon Harmer's debut for the county. It's been 6 years already. Oh, like we're saying, we haven't seen each other for almost a decade.
De Grandin to Lawrence, that's forward in defence, and there's no run. Nick wondered whether it might have been Harmer's debut in that match. So it was then, right?
Yeah. Bradders was there on day 1, including Jimmy Anderson overstaying his welcome with the bat, which resulted in the day belonging to Lancashire. Intriguing match currently. First class county cricket is the next best thing to test matches. Certainly is.
De Grandon balls, and Lawrence looks to drive at a wideish ball, and thin inside edge. It squirts up to Will Williams at mid-on, and there's no run. Cloud cover now. Sun's disappeared for a moment or two.
Long may it continue as well, because there's still been worrying talk. Something what I've been seeing in the press and the newspapers about the longevity of the test match arena, given some of the crowds that we've been seeing.
De Grandon to Lawrence. That's punched through wide mid-off. Anderson will chase after it, but he might as well give up, because Lawrence has timed that nicely for 4 runs. And a nice way to end the over from an Essex point of view. Dan Lawrence with 4. He moves on to 12, and Essex move on to 42 for 2.
Yeah, it was uppish, but it was, I mean, Anderson's quite wide for a mid-off. There's a lot of space to punch into. Yeah, I mean, obviously hope that Test match cricket doesn't go by the wayside, but the amount of these T20 leagues that are going on, and these T20 and one-day international series that seem to just pile up. I think we were saying yesterday we seem to be playing Australia and India, well, and I'll stick New Zealand in for that as well, in some kind of series, mainly on one-dayers and T20s every year, it seems. Pretty much we're playing India again in a test match series, aren't we, starting next year?
Yeah, I wonder whether the last couple of years has been skewed slightly because they're catching up from COVID and things being squashed in, and
India
world
only
events being
India only came back over because they missed the last test. Anderson continuing from the river end, still those 2 short mid wickets in for him, but mid-on is back as Anderson bowls and on his toes. Wesley just plays defiantly, defensively down the pitch, and there's no run. 42 for 2, forget the score. Essex won't get the 298. 23 overs gone, which means still another 45 to go. Could be a long old laugh session.
Yeah, there's still a lot of batting for Essex to do to try and make this game safe.
Getting nervous about that train yet, or
no?
Yeah, you're fairly confident.
There's always other options.
Anderson turns. 3 slips in, a mid-off and a backward point. Edged! That's along the floor though. Anderson just puts his hand to his head, but I think, I'll give Wesley a bit of credit there, I think that was controlled. It was kept low as well. And Keaton Jennings at second slip didn't have a chance to catch that. 2 runs to the total, 44 for 2.
Got it too hard, did he? Didn't play it too kind of aggressively. Ball died as it went down to Jennings at second slip.
Camera ladies put a duffel coat back on, which goes to show you how changeable the weather's been, because it was t-shirt weather when certainly I was out there earlier, but now with the cloud cover come back over, it's got a little bit nippier, and Anderson moving under the cloudy skies bowls to a Wesley full of length, plays defensively, got their eye on a bit now, the batsman.
Kind of classic English or British spring weather, isn't it? It's lovely in the sunshine. It is. You take your jacket off, and then all of a sudden, as soon as the cloud comes, it's, oh blimey, it's chilly. It is still April after all. I thought it was the middle of summer at one point.
And I presume, have we completely dispensed with the idea of day-night test match / county cricket in this country?
Well, I think it's been pretty much moved to one side in this country, hasn't it? I think it kind of works really in this country.
Anderson bowls full, and again defensively played into the offside. I mean, especially like if you go up to Durham, your nights last until whenever anyway, so you don't really need any day-night cricket. It's long days already.
I think they're still doing it in Australia, aren't they? I think Australia played a day-night test match pretty recently.
Yeah, we had the one in New Zealand, didn't we?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
I think one of the test matches in India next year against England is due to be a day-nighter. But yeah, doesn't seem to be catching on too much else, as that's full outside. Some driven, lovely drive. It was there to be hit. 2 full from Anderson and 2 wide. It gave Wesley a chance to free his arms. It's rolling towards the boundary rope with the fielder. Get there! He does just about. It's a very slow outfield because of the amount of rain we've had. And it's just 3 for that, but it was a nice looking shot. 3 to the total, 47 for 2.
Yeah, we had those championship day-night games, didn't we, a few years ago? There were 2 rounds of day-night championship matches.
I just think I went to the test match they had in Edgbaston where it was day night, and it was particularly bad weather, but it was just so cold. It was like watching it in winter, and it was just no fun. And I think, even as far as I remember, we had quite good weather for the round of county championship matches, whenever it was, 2017-18, and the weather was nice, but still, by the time it got late, it was quite cold. As Anderson bowls, that one nips back, heads to the sky, hands in heads as well, as that one just nipped past the outside of the off stump, and that's the end of the over, 47 for 2. I mean, I presume they looked at the numbers of the people that were coming in to watch it, and presumably there wasn't many more than they had in the first place.
No, which was given as one of the reasons behind it. I think the other one was because England were due to play a test match with the pink ball. But I don't think we're going to see a repeat of it anytime soon in the championship. In fact, if anything, the crowd's got thinned out after supper.
Yeah.
Whatever the name of the session was called, or the interval was called. Now here's de Grandon. I'll talk about this field in a minute.
Yeah.
As Westy works it to the leg side, there's no run.
It's funky.
It is. So there's still 3 slips: Wells, Jennings, and Hartley. And there's short, straight, kind of mid-off. Short extra cover.
Anderson's like a wide mid-off.
We've got 2 catching on the leg side, short, straight, mid-on, short mid-wicket, and a deep backward square leg. So de Grandon, presumably, just going to float it outside the off stump, in and balls. That's exactly what he does. No shot off, a big appeal for LBW.
Height is the only thing there, I think, unless he's outside off stump.
Well, as soon as you don't offer a shot, you're up, aren't you, pretty much, if it hits you anywhere on the pad as a bowling team. Interesting field, this, an interesting tactic that Lancashire have gone to.
Well, we were wondering how much employment the spinner might get, but I mean, it's a way to get men round the bat, isn't it? Put real pressure on the batsman.
De Grandon shuffling his way back in. Balls again, a wristy shot which Wesley times nicely in front of square on the leg side. Villas scampering round, puts the dive in, flicks the ball back, and it's excellent from Villas, saving runs for his team. Good work by the former Lancashire captain. And they've run 3, so I think that brings up the 50 for Essex. It does. 50 on the board. It's come at the cost of 2 wickets. The partnership developing between Dan Lawrence and Tom Wesley. And an interesting kind of tactical approach being applied by Lancashire in the field. Lawrence on strike. He's taking his time, nothing wrong with that.
So what did you go for at lunch? Because you've been going for I saw you had a little pasta salad yesterday.
Yeah, I went kind of bacon butty, midday bacon butty type thing. De Grandon in, and driven away into the offside, stopped at short extra cover, no run.
I did notice the ice cream lady. They had a sign up that said they're not doing soft ice cream until May the 4th. I didn't know whether there was a. I didn't realise there was a cut-off date.
I don't understand that.
No.
Ice cream's just ice cream, isn't it?
That's what I thought. Yeah, only hard ice cream like lollies. And
I see.
Yeah,
something like a 99er with
like a Mr. Whippy.
Got you. De Grandon to Lawrence, who's.
But we're allowed to say
defended.
Mr. Whippy these days, aren't we?
And there's no run. Oh, I see. So it's an ice cream van that doesn't sell ice cream.
Well, it doesn't sell soft in inverted commas ice cream until May the 4th.
So what's hard ice cream?
And hard ice cream is when you got it on the end.
Well, that's not an ice cream. It's a nice lolly, isn't it? So it's an ice cream van that doesn't sell ice cream. Ridiculous. What's it even doing here? 50 for 2. De Grandon bowling to Lawrence, who's off the front foot and pushing out into the offside, and there's no run. It's the end of the over. 50 for 2. Lawrence 12. Wesley on 21.
bbcsexcricket@gmail.com. What is ice cream?
Well, the clue's in the name, and it's cream, so it's ice cream. So it's a soft thing that you can lick and put a flake in and raspberry sauce on. The other thing's a nice lolly.
So what's a Magnum?
A nice lolly.
I don't think it's a nice lolly.
Is it selling magnums or not?
Well, it's selling that sort of thing, yeah.
Right. But I'm very confused by that ice cream fan. It's a fake.
I'm confused about the cut-off date. What was it May the 4th all about?
Yeah, true. That's why May the 4th. Yeah, great.
Okay, 3 slips. Those 2 catching on the mid-wicket side as Anderson bowls and beats him outside the off-stump, Wesley, and through to the wicket-keeper. And it's a dot ball. Still trying to put pressure on here. It's I've got none of the stats up, have we? Anderson so far 8.1 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 10. As he turns back at the top of his mark. Keaton Jennings rubbing his hands at first slip as Anderson bowls, and that's an outside edge. It's guided away though by Wesley for a single, wide of third slip and in between third slip and gully. 1 run to the total, 51 for 2, and thankfully those clouds are sort of starting to part again. Sun's trying to break through. Apparently next week's going to be beautiful sunshine.
Lovely.
It's actually quite pleasant. The problem with I shouldn't complain because obviously we get paid to watch cricket, but sometimes when the sun's really beating down, this box, especially because of the way it's facing in late afternoon, just gets almost like a sauna in here, and the sun beating straight through the windows. Anderson with his wristbands on, up to the stumps, bowls outside off stump, and it's an easier leave for Lawrence. 51 for 2 in the 26th over of the Essex innings. Remember, minimum of 68 to be bowled this afternoon, but there will come a point, if Essex can keep wickets in hand, whether there'll be a decision to be made around 5 o'clock about hands being shaken, but we're quite a way away from that at this moment in time. Lancashire and Anderson desperate for wickets here, try and force victory. He's in now and he bowls, and that's kept low. Lawrence forward, or towards the toe end of the bat, defends down into the ground, and back to Anderson, and there's no run.
We are quite a bit away from that, I agree, but this is this little period now might just bring that a little bit nearer, because if these two get to tee just 2 down, 8 wickets in the final session is some, even if there's a little fitness doubt over a couple of the players, Rossington and Cook, that would be some kind of collapse, wouldn't it, for Essex?
Anderson up to the stumps. He bowls. Oh, that one just lifts off a length, and it's actually well played by Lawrence. Got it way down towards third man. I don't think it's going to go for a boundary again. It's probably taken a bit of the glove as well, and they just get back for a second run as Gully chases it down, and the throw comes in. 53 for 2. I suppose the other thing you have to put into that equation is there's going to be a lot of overs after tea, and they'll weigh that up as well.
Yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah.
It won't just be the 32. There'll be
it's quite a big session, isn't it?
At least another 10 on top of that. So potentially we could be going quite late here. Because I didn't make the swim last night, I sort of ran out of energy.
Oh, you gave that up quickly,
I
didn't
know,
you?
I did.
You had an early finish as well.
Yeah, I know.
That's poor from you.
It was really poor. I actually started really beating myself up when I got home.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
So I wanted to go tonight, but this looks like it might be a late finish. Right, 4th slip has gone in as this next delivery is defended out into the offside, and that's the end of the over. Essex 53 for 2, needing another 287, but it's more down to Lancashire really. They need another 8 wickets with at least 42 overs remaining.
Yeah, need one before tea, don't they? Make or break it one way or the other for Lancashire, or indeed for Essex, but blimey, as a bowling team, they feel a bit better if they get rid of one of these 2 before tea. De Grandhomme will continue wobbling it down from that far end, and a great deal of pace on it, but just doing enough and dangling it outside the off stump. That's been the approach by De Grandhomme so far, still with this slightly funky looking field. And as he comes in and bowls, that's worked away off the pads by Wesley, and Wesley comes back for 2. The throw comes in from Dane Villas, 55 for 2. Still got the 3 slips, and then you've got 2 short catches on the offside side, 2 short on the leg side. Anderson at wide mid-off. She got a 3 in front of square on the offside, all within catching distance. Forward goes Wesley in defence, then the short mid wicket, the short straight mid on, then Villas at deep backwards square legs. Just kind of holding it outside the off stump. It's actually Tom Hartley's doing a few stretches. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I thought we might see a bit of Hartley. Tall left arm spinner. Had a good day with the bat. Sometimes when you have those days with the bat, it's your day with the ball too. Forward comes Wesley. Defends his next to ground on delivery. No ball signalled by the umpire.
Oh dear, the emails are like with the ice cream definitions.
I thought that might get a few people going.
You could be in trouble, yeah.
Well, no, I stand by every word of it. You can't have an ice cream unless it's, whipped cream type thing, you know what I mean? An ice lolly is not an ice cream. 55 for 2. There's de Grandon bowling and leaps away into the onside.
I think that came off the bat, didn't it?
Quite possibly. Landed in front of Bailey at short mid-wicket.
We've still frustratingly got no replays, so we can't quite tell. I'm going to say it's Anthony Michael rather than Michael Anthony. Always hard to tell when the emails come through, but apologies. I think it's Anthony Michael. He's listening from Brussels. Okay. He's currently sat at his dining table writing a children's book for his 3-year-old daughter and watching the birds feeding on my bird table whilst waiting.
Big appeal for LBW. Big appeal from Grandon. Umpire says not out. Ball deflection to the offside, no run.
Apologies about that. Sorry, I forgot. Colin comes around quite quickly. Whilst waiting for my gratin dauphinoise to finish baking in the oven, not an ice cream. And he says, who said men can't multitask? I wanted to email to welcome you back. I'm listening via the BBC website, but also I wanted to get in touch having heard Colin de Granholm playing for the mighty Red Rose County. Not missing anything at the moment. I'll cut off there because he's about to come in.
From that Hayes close end. Comes over the wicket and balls to Wesley, gets forward in defence, no run.
It sounds like a idyllic life. Writing a book, watching birds and cooking some gratin dauphinoise. Anyway, can you please inform me, does the big man still sport his prodigious mullet?
He does not.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, it doesn't look like it from here.
No, little short back and sides now.
Yeah. Nice look. Seem to recall the TMS, making great fun of his luxuriant locks during the recent New Zealand Test match. It looks like he's gone back to the short back and sides. Come on, Lanks, says Anthony.
Here comes de Grandon. Final ball of the over is that Wesley tries to nudge the ball away to the leg side, but there is no run to complete it. So Essex edging slowly towards tea on the final day. 57 for 2, still need a further 283 to win, and there's still 41 overs remaining in the day.
Nick says you get a hard ice cream in a wafer, and that's sort of going down the Magnum route as well. Obviously plenty of other hard ice creams. It was the soft ice cream which was the issue. Alex says may the 4th be with you. Yep. Stephen, okay, stand aside and let an Australian sort this out. Yeah. Need an Aussie coming. Ice cream is a frozen treat that is milk cream based. It doesn't matter if it's soft serve or on a stick.
Rubbish.
What do you call an ice on the ice block here is a wafer based frozen treat.
Not sure I trust an Aussie to explain anything.
Thanks, Stephen. Complaints to Scott Rain. What's your email address?
I can't remember it.
Yeah. George weighing in as well. We'll get to that in a second. We're going to see a bit of spin. Hartley coming in, left arm round. Oh, that's a full toss to begin with. Driven away, Anderson down. That's a lovely stop from the England's. How many caps has he got now? 180 odd, something like that. 58 for 2. They ran through for a single. So a short leg, a leg slip, a first slip. As Hartley gets one Yorker leg dug out by Wesley, and there is no run. Sun's back out pleasingly, and it's again a beautiful day. Plenty of hats on, which is good to see. Even at this time of year, it can be a bit dangerous. Hartley really gives that one some air as well, and Wesley on the drive. gets it stuck between bat and boot and no run.
179 test caps.
179 test caps. Amazing, for a fast bowler especially. Hartley bowls again, gives one lots of air, and there is no run. 58 for 2. Keeps himself super fit, doesn't he? Hartley number 2 on his back again, lots of air. Bowls that clipped away into the leg side. That will just be a single between those two catching fielders at the mid-wicket region. 59 for 2.
Could be last over this, couldn't it? Potentially last over before tea.
And George has chipped expat Lancashire in exotic Kings Lynn. The start date for soft ice cream is probably because of the van personnel are Star Wars fans. Yeah. Hartley, that's a bit better length, brings the batsman forward, but defended well into the leg side, and there's no run. Is that going to be...
Might get one more in.
Yeah.
38 minutes to 4 on the clock. On the scoreboard away to our left-hand side. Should get a de Grandhomme over in.
Now here we go. We've got a name apt for ice cream. A gentleman called Jerry has just got in touch with a G rather than a J, though. I'll get to that in a second. Okay, well, we'll do it now. Interesting to hear that, as you say, there is a cut-off or switch-on date for the soft ice cream. Being a Blackpool resident, I never knew there was such a thing. I've got to be honest, I never knew there was such a thing until I walked past yesterday. Perhaps there's like a delivery issue, because it's made of powdery stuff, isn't it? The soft, whippy stuff that you get in the ice cream vans.
It's de Grandhomme in and bowling, and it's left by Wesley through to the keeper, no run.
As for the hard ice cream, it could be the wafer type blocks that we got when we were kids. Yeah, used to love those. Sandwich between those two wafer biscuits. In those days, there was a blob of hard ice cream that was placed on top of a cone. You don't seem to get that much anymore. It's usually the whippy stuff.
De Grandhomme for Lancashire bowls. Wesley defends, no run.
Jerry finishes by saying, I imagine that Essex will now hang on and the game will be drawn, and then Jimmy and his pal Asda can have a drink to celebrate. Yeah, I wonder if Jimmy has residence at the Cook Manor tonight. I presume that the team are staying down the road somewhere.
The third slip has gone to a forward short leg, so there's 3 catching on the leg side. It's flashed away just to the right of Croft in that position.
If it held that would have been a stunner.
Wesley gets a single. 26 now to him. Essex are 60 for 2. What we think will be the final over before tea. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be. Tea on the final day at 3:40. Leave 39 overs remaining. No, potentially 39 overs remaining in the final session. 3 balls remaining for de Grandhomme. Sets in again. It's left by Wesley. Bell, the keeper, hops to his left-hand side, maybe 2 or 3 yards as the ball moved back in, and it went past the stumps. Lancashire conjuring up different fielding positions here, different tactics, bowling changes from the captain. The spinners had a go before tea. Now Villas coming in from deep backward square leg to square leg, just a little behind the square. It's just a fraction behind square, but quite close in on that kind of mistimed sweep shot perhaps. That's worked away into the onside by Lawrence. Picks out one of 4 fielders now, close in on the leg side. And there's no run.
Oh, Jennings has certainly gone to the Ben Stokes school of captaincy. There's an umbrella field, isn't it really, just in front of the batsman rather than behind. Just the 2 slips in, but a complete arc of fielders right in his eye line.
1 ball to survive to get to tea. Here to Grandhomme to Wesley. That's played up towards mid-on, and there is no run. They'll take that, Essex. Just 2 down at tea. 60 for 2. Forget the score. 2 wickets is the key, which means 8 remaining heading into the final session of the game. 39 overs potentially to go for Lancashire to try and get 8 more wickets to win, but Essex have a really solid base in which to approach the final session of the match. Thanks to their captain Tom Wesley on 26 and Dan Lawrence on 15. We'll catch you in about 20 minutes with Essex in their second innings 60 for 2.